Yo, crypto nation and mining family. Crypto nation and mining family. What's going on? Of course, like always, it's not financial advice. Yo, happy halving, yo. What's going on, everybody out there? So sorry for the little bit of delay. It looked like the summit was having an issue with Windows connecting in with audio. So I had some of my audio coming through my desktop speakers, and then everything else, all the vocals, coming through my Yeti mic because it's got a headphone jack in there. So it like split the audio up. I had took me a little bit to get on with tech support to correct this because it was weird because like everything was giving me audio everywhere else, and then right as I go into the as a tech started talking with me, I plugged my stuff into into my Blue Yeti, and I was like, oh, now I hear you. Hey, the Deadwood, what's going on? What's going on? Last piece to the puzzle. What's happening? Yo. Got my man Grits in his house. Yo, what's going on, everybody? So our halving is very close, guys. Looks like we have 30 blocks until the halving. Looks like that should be around 4 hours and 11 minutes, guys. Oof. Or, I'm sorry, 3 hours and 10 minutes. Oh, I'm sorry, and we got 27 blocks left. I needed to refresh my screen. So, morning. Yo, top of the morning. Hey, crypto and culture. Yo, what's happening, my man? So I've got a few interesting things going on. So today is the Crypto Mining Summit at 2020. Hey, I've been doing pretty good, crypto and culture. My man. Ain't seen you in a hot minute. How's the mining doing on your side? So today we are going to be doing the ADI Crypto Mining Summit 2020. Depending on timelines for all the speakers, I will be doing also Anthony Pompliano is going to be doing a halving show. So depending on what's going on between both events will depend on which event I will be broadcasting here. Oh, you still don't mine? Oh, I thought you got a good computer that can mine now. Should be mining some of that Raven coin. Yo. Get up onto some of those sick gains. So, slacker. Slacker. Such a slacker. But much love. Yes, Mikhail. Much love. He's like, I'm not a slacker. That's awesome. That is awesome. So, without any further ado, let's go ahead and roll into hey, Crypto, if you miss us all, you know that you are welcome anytime to hop onto DCA Adventure. Woo. Dam import direct water pump has less than 25,000 on it, and the same thing with a belt tensioner. Right, Mikkel? You know where to find us. All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and let's get into this event. Go ahead and paste this on here and submit, and we can switch right over to this. Ooh. So here is the event, guys. I gotta check my audio. Let me know if this is too loud.
System. It consists of the OS miner.
Oh, dude, baller!
The core component used for mining. It supports the new Stratum V2 protocol, which addresses security issues and efficiency issues present in the old protocol. I would like to speak a little bit about the, specifically also about the security update of the protocol.
Good.
It is very well known that the current mining protocol, Stratum, has no guarantee that you cannot be affected by man-in-the-middle attacks. So basically, hash rate stealing attacks could be pretty much happening on a daily basis. We actually do know about special viruses targeted for internet routers, like small devices that a small mining operation could potentially use. And
it's like, you need to get off the stage.
That infect the router actually intercept any Stratum traffic.
You are not the speaker. Get out of here.
And potentially diverting part of the hash rate. Not like 100%, because the user would find out right away. But if they
go sit on stage, be a baller.
You would have really hard.
You see that person right here, Emma Todd? She is the coordinator of the event for Verbella Open Campus. She'll boot me off. Take a seat on the stage.
And the only reason is that there is no authentication of the server that the client is trying to connect to. And we particularly find this
Antminer S19
annoying.
Pro, such giggity.
We tried coming up with a simple two-level public key infrastructure with the new Stratum V2 protocol.
So
basically,
it
this all
looks,
goes down to the fact that you only specify a public key of the pool that you are intending to use, and the miner uses this key to verify that he's really talking to who he thinks he's talking to. So this pretty much eliminates the man-in-the-middle attack. Another upgrade to the protocol is that we switched the Stratum V2 protocol completely to binary. It is a binary protocol, and just by this simple fact, we reduce the payload being transferred by the miner on every submit by almost half. And this still includes that we take the overhead of encryption and authentication and all this stuff. So this was another annoying part. In addition to this, we also
what app am I using to see this? This is Verbella Open Campus. You would have to buy a ticket to get a private password for it.
And the reason is currently very simple. The reason is that you, in order to not to waste any energy, you have to keep your miners busy. So whenever there is a new block found in the network, the primary goal of every pool is to feed.
And I don't see Scott Otford here. Kurt McCall's like, give me your password. It's also attached to my my email address. So yeah, I can't do that. And yo, Panda.
It takes a little bit of time, which is in the range of like seconds. So what the pool does typically is it broadcasts an empty block template to all the miners, because it is very simple and very fast to generate an empty block template, and the miners can start mining right away. If they happen to find a block, okay, we have an empty block in the network. However, the next step that the pool actually does is that once it has a new block template available, it would broadcast the template to its miners with full transaction set. And the optimization or the efficiency improvement in the new protocol is that
there's Scott.
separated these two steps in a way that we broadcast a candidate block template to the miners in advance before a new block is found, and we can still count on certain probability that this block template would still be valid at the time when a new block is found in the network. And what this means is that immediately when a new block is found in the network, we just tell the miners, oh, hey, start using the new template, and that's it. The message is just a couple tenths of bytes. It's not like kilobytes being transmitted. So this is the third very important part. And the fourth, as an option, we also tried addressing
hey, what's going on, Scott?
feature called like custom job mining. Anybody had a question, or did I hear anything?
Yeah, I don't have a question yet.
Okay.
Jan, how are the presentation? You want me to switch it or move it?
Unfortunately, I still don't see the slides, so let me see if there's anything else that I have to cover. So this was for the open source part of the stack. Coming back to the halving topic that we tried covering in the panel, we see that there were a lot of miners and users calling for a feature that would allow squeezing as much performance as possible from their miners, speaking specifically about the slides.
It's like, get me in here.
We also decided to come up with an upgrade to BrainsOS. We call it BrainsOS Plus, which is a separate product
unfortunately, you gotta pay for the tickets. It's like $43 to get in. I don't know if the tickets are still on sale right now.
To tweak individual chips. So this is the part, the commercial part of the
yeah, pretty much.
That also tries to pay for the open source development of the stack, which is the majority of the code.
No, the person that's on stage is Jan Kapek, talking about mining stuff, and then the other person's Emma.
Can anyone see the slides? I can see them. Can anybody else see them? No?
I just see a black screen.
Oh really? I can totally see the full thing. Right here, I'm switching them up.
I'm also seeing black screen.
You also see a black screen too? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can see the slides.
You can see the slides, okay.
Great.
You can refresh the screen by clicking to the right of it.
Okay, I didn't realize all this time. I was like, okay, I was switching them up for you.
Okay. So
I'd be jumping around yelling.
Tell me where you want to be. I'll just go back.
Yeah, I want the last but not least slide. If you're interested in the code base, this should be showing the GitHub URL and a QR code. And just as a demonstration of a
Hey,
URL,
I use BrainsOS on my Antminer
is that
S9.
we got rid of the port. We do use the default 3336 port. And what is important is that the user actually specifies
Brotherhood of Steel Miner.
the public key of the pool that the miner internally uses to verify the authenticity of the server that it connects to. As you see, the URL is pretty long, but at the same time, this is just a copy paste that you should be provided by your pool provider. Currently, we are one of the two entities, I think, implementing Shadow V2. I have noticed that EMCD is also kind of active in this era. So you will find this URL on our full website.
Nice. I'm glad you like it, Panda.
If you want to know more, can you go to the last slide, Emma, please? If you want to go to the so if you want to know more.
So if you guys don't know who this is, Jan Kapek is the co-founder and co-CEO at BrainsOS.
And if you're interested in any updates to our full mining stack, just go to brains.com/updates. And that's all I have for the presentation regarding the open source mining stack. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Yeah. So, are there any questions? That was really interesting, thank you. What we can do, if you're okay with that, Jan, is we'll send out the presentation to people so they can see it.
Sure.
Yeah. So you're not you're facing the screen. So there we go.
I've actually got a question real fast. So what's the dev fee on the Brains OS?
It's currently 2% for the S9s, but we combine it with a 50% discount on the pool fee if you mine with us. You don't have to mine with us, so yeah, it's about at the same level, a little lower maybe than the industry standard is currently in the tuning firmware era.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, bam, you heard it here. Brains OS software is doing a 2% dev fee on there. Bam.
I'm wondering, does anyone else?
Anybody got any questions for this guy
I don't want to jump.
before he gets off stage?
Okay. Well, Jan, thank you so very much. What we'll do is we'll send out the slides and we'll make sure people can actually see them because it was really great information and I really appreciate it. And thank you for taking the time. I appreciate this.
Yep. Thank you for having me in your event.
It looks like they're going to be...
This is the first time doing this. And as you can see, some people are having some challenges and just, you know, not able to walk where they need to. But thank you anyway. Thank you anyway. So I appreciate it.
Thanks.
All right. So you have a great day. Thank you. Bye. Okay, everybody. So
no, the L3 Plus does not use Brains.
Gabriel, we noticed that you were napping there. Anyway, so what we're gonna do?
I just saw that. I'm fine. I'm awake.
Okay. Oh, that was great. That was absolutely funny. I want to thank Scott for pointing that out. That was quite funny. I didn't know avatars could nap. So that was really, really good. So, does anybody have any questions right now? Scott, I'll talk to you offline about the stuff that you asked me. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to do a break right now, and then when we come back, we'll have Bitmain. So what we can do is we can go and explore, and I will see you guys back here at 1 p.m. Eastern time.
Vertigo, yes.
Okay. I'll be sticking around here, but anyway,
I do like Brains OS. I have been using Brains OS on my S9s. Allows me to overclock really nicely. The interface on the S9 is a little bit better. Gives you more detailed information for the hashing boards. I've got my S9 overclocked to almost 16.5 terahash. On the stock, on the actual stock power supply for it.
To not show up all the time, but if I zoomed in and refresh it, then it's fine.
Okay, all right, good to know. Thank you. Thank you.
And let me go ahead and stand up, and we'll go ahead. Oh, we got a representative from Bitmain sitting right here. Yo! So, Joyce from Bitmain. And yes, everybody, congratulate Red Panda for the 15,000 subs. Yo! Man, I was expecting to see like a full house on this one, really. I'm surprised to see how little people.
I can hear you.
I can hear you too.
Awesome. Okay.
So pretty much now there's gonna be a little bit of a intermission from them. I'm gonna see what. Let me switch over to here. Look at my inbox. Alright, I'm just trying to sit here and check. What do I need to do with you? Alright, let me see if I can get the app. No, that's not how it works. How does this work? Oh, okay, he's at... Okay, so the Anthony Pompliano is at 10 p.m. So it won't be until later on tonight. So it looks like he's going to be doing a party later on. Oof. Yep, I hear that one, Red. Gotta make them that do-re-mi at that J-O-B. See if I can use it. I have not seen a bathroom. Hold on here. I don't know if that's possible. No, we got boardroom. Drop a deuce in a boardroom. I don't think that's gonna be like anything. So, basically, the way that this is gonna be is, let me pull up the itinerary. Whenever they come back, Christy Lee Meehan, oh God, it's a girl, is going to be doing her presentation. For me, it looks like it will be right around 12 o'clock Central Standard Time. It'll be 1 o'clock Eastern Time. So we've got a little while to go. Let's refresh this. We got 3 hours and 10 minutes with 26 more blocks until the halving. We're so close. I don't like that. They don't give the block number on there, and the other one doesn't refresh. Just want to see. All right, here, just trying to. There we go. Oh. But definitely, we are getting so close to that Bitcoin halving. Yeah, a lot of the trackers are just garbage. None of them are like agreeing with each other. So I can go there, go to this one, and we got 4 hours left on that one. This one's got 3 hours and 10 minutes with 26 blocks until halving. So it just depends on how quickly they nailed these 26 blocks. And this one, unfortunately, does not update itself too quickly. You got to constantly, like, refresh it. I wish there was, like, a good one that I could sit there and put up that... not be trash. There we go. Alright, there we go. Coin Gecko. We got 23 blocks to go, 3 hours and 49 minutes. Hey, Kryptonio! What's happening? So there's really not much going on with the summit for, looks like, about an hour, guys. So we can feel free to sit there and chit-chat about anything. Let's see here. Any kind of new hardware. What's this? Is it open? Let's see here. Oh, this is interesting. Just launched out, guys. AMD adds Mass Effects to Fidelity FX, which is their open source technology that they have launched, and it'll have better space reflection techniques, providing reflections based on visual images. Implement of Intel's adaptive space ambient occlusion. Better HDR tone mapping, single pass downsampler. So none of this stuff's going to help with video game. I mean, with mining, but it'll help you with your video game play. Make stuff a little sharper, less pixelated, which has always been an issue that AMD's always had, which is just like a little bit of pixelation on gaming, where NVIDIA has definitely smoothed out the contrast on that. Oh, I'm not the Deadwood. I am not really big on the Flexolite fans. They make a lot of noise. The problem that I've always had with the Flexolite fans is that the blades have, like, basically you have your front leading portion of the fan blade, and then you got like a little kicker that's supposed to help blow air going, blowing back towards the motor. The problem that I have with those is once you get them up to speed, that little back flap is flexible. That's why they call it Flexolite. Once you get it up to speed, that thing straightens out, and it does absolutely nothing. I've actually had motors overheat on me because of the Flexolite fans. I prefer just to get a heavy-duty fan on there that's just solid, or you just go back to the go to like an electric fan that you can actually get the spinning a little bit more effectively. And Dan the Dane, yo. Blockchain.com. I will check that out. Hold on here. Let me see if it will let me do this. Where do I go for it? Let's see here. Blockchain. Do I have it on here? Where do I go for it? I know CoinGecko is pretty BTC Explorer. I'll try that. BTC. Let's see here. No. Right. Yeah, I mean, it's just not showing. The block on there. It's just showing when the blocks hit. And look at that. We got 2 different blocks that were hit at the same time. About. We got 22 more blocks to go. We got my man over here. So Yeah, we got different things. So 22 blocks here. F2 pool sees 24 blocks. So it looks like nobody's agreeing with each other on this. Block height. So we are so close. Yeah, they never agree because like I don't know where they aggregate their info from, how everybody's doing it. Back on Bitsy instead of Raven, already doubled the profit. Nice. Oh, okay, it's all coming from hacking Singapore. Cool. Cool. Hey, cat, no. I love you, but no, we're not jumping in my lap today. Be trash for the win? No. Not be trash. That's a good one. It's like literally, like my chair is here. It's like maybe 5 inches behind my my chair, give or take. Yeah, that's about, mine's damn near on my back too. I mean, I'm like, I've got my hands on it right now. Sitting there tapping it. Because like, I've got a mining rig right behind me, and I've got my living room table on the other side. So I've got a living room table here, and a mining rig right up over here. So I've only got so much room. So bam, there we go. Now I'm more centered on the green screen. Nice, yeah. The big thing that you're gonna have with your green screen is you're gonna want to have good lighting. So I've got a soft light box right up here. I've got a soft light box over here, and I got a soft light box here.
Over here. Yes, spacebar.
People are kicking. Oh, that's hilarious. Kind of walk away from everybody a little bit here so that I'm not hearing all their conversations. Yeah, I mean, it's like it's like a kind of like a weird little sim world. Alright, here. See if anybody is doing anything cool in here. Because this is a private auditorium.
Top right corner.
We're in a virtual meeting here.
Yeah, no kidding. We're
Convention. Video game. Check it out.
Top score.
and then we could see the what's going on here. So the next thing is going to be, oh god, it's a girl. It's going to be coming up, and then followed by a keynote presentation from Bitmain. Yo. Oh yeah, the underside of my my hat's green, so it reacts with the green screen. Take this and bring that over here. Go like that. At work trying to watch this cartoon. Nice. Alright. So, I have no idea where some of these people are.
Hey, Vince.
I'm not sure if these important people are like in a private room that I can't access, probably, more than likely. Oh yes, that was awesome to do with the whole rig frame building contest. So yes, thank you, Mikkel, for hosting that. Of course, everybody that was there was also live streaming if they were able to. Unfortunately, I made a couple of mistakes, slowed me down, and it cost me the win.
Back to my rope spear camping days.
And who in the world is talking here? Although I did see something whenever I was like walking around the other day, and I wonder if there's anything to do with this. Somebody's jamming out with some music over here. But inside of this building, on one of the floors, I wonder if there's anything going on over here. Because I did notice it yesterday when I was walking around checking stuff out. Let's see if it's still there. Is it here? There's tech support. Be funny if I can find all these people like sitting there having a conversation. Yeah, I thought I saw a... Unless there's more than one side of this building. I didn't think there was. I did see like it was a Doge sign here. I forget if this was the building. I thought I was in this building. We'll find out in just a second here. Ah, here we go. Yo. I was wandering around yesterday and I came across this. Such problem, much fix. Yo. All right. There is no way possible you're putting that together in 15 minutes. I will guarantee you. No way. Yeah, 15 hours. Yeah, exactly. We can wander around here a little bit. But everything is happening in the auditorium as a privately held event. We got a conference hall here. Nothing special. Nice, crypto mining lifer. Yeah, those 5700s, depending on which ones you got, they were known to be pretty warm. If you got one of the blower cases, what you will notice right off the bat will be the way that the blowers are mounted onto the PCB. Yeah, unfortunately some of those, you got the MSI, right? Not the Founders Edition, correct?
Yeah, like the notice.
And yeah, you can kick a soccer ball and all that good stuff. That did not go in the direction that I kicked. But they got like a little beach thing here. I don't know why they got these like little note things. I wonder if I can do it. Nope, it won't let me do that. Okay. I'm gonna try to find. Oh, I'm gonna try to find one of these that haven't been written on, and I'm gonna write one. Yo, Big Rome Kaiser. Yo, what's going on, my man? So just to speed you up, Big Rome, I'm at a virtual reality crypto mining summit. Yo. There's got to be a notepad. Oh, I see one. I see one. It's right up here. Yo, yes. Oop. Oh yeah. Oh, make it orange? Okay, let me see if I can do that. Orange! Yes, there you go. Ah! Scott Offord was here, yes. Yeah. Are you using a thermal pad, the graphite pad on the actual processor in your 5700? Yeah, like the player Ready, like the movie Ready Player One. I've got a VR headset, but it works up off of my phone, and I've got no way to integrate that in with my computer to go live with it. If I had one of the VR systems that I could I can hook up to my computer, I would be able to do that. Like if my brother was still living here, I would have been able to use his VR system, but I wouldn't because he's a sweaty guy, and his bands that go onto his VR headset are nasty. They are like, oh my god, because he'll wear his VR headset all day. Oh my god, it's so nasty. Try using the graphite pads instead of MX4. Whenever I used MX4 on Nefarious Technologies GPU, my temps went a lot higher than it was with the graphite pad. For some reason, the graphite pad seems to work a little better. Yeah, that's actually the normal for the 5700s. It's not like you really need the pads on there because they're a flip chip design. You need to keep the PCB itself cooler. Hokies for life.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. So if I don't enter, if I just walk into here, it's the open auditorium. Hey, as you see, it's now a little bit different. Let's see if I can talk to her. Hey, Joyce. Andrew.
Hey, Brian. Been standing there for quite a while, and I haven't seen her yet. So there she is. Can you hear me,
Nice.
Brian?
Yeah.
Okay. Is this a random meetup, or are you looking for someone?
Oh no, I'm just wandering around since the there's like an intermission for lunch right now.
Okay.
Yeah, EKB's got an all metal.
Your space bar that will your head in one position. There you go.
Joyce, I had the same issue whenever I was logging in initially, that I couldn't hear anybody talk. You're going to have to go into your mic settings and see if you've got 2 output settings for sound. That's how mine was. I've got a Blue Yeti microphone, and it was putting vocals through my Blue Yeti microphone, and it put all the environment for Verbella through my desktop speakers. So I had to go into my sound settings through Verbella to turn off the output on the Blue Yeti microphone. And then I was able to hear everything come through my desktop audio.
I've heard of that happening to other people. I didn't realize that was the cause, though.
Yeah. I literally couldn't get any. It's like I had to go through there. I was talking with tech support on that, and they said that's a common issue that they have with Windows.
Yeah, I had another issue happen on Friday. I've never had this happen before, but I was recording my visit with Camtasia Studio, and I think that might have been the origin of the problem, because I was talking to people, and all of a sudden I duplicated. I had 2 of me walking through the space. I would stop.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, they were just floating forward. I couldn't stand still. I just kept floating forward. But I think that was a case of something in the hardware, the GPU or something, getting confused about the timing or something.
Yeah, the encoder probably had an issue when it booted up.
Yeah. Once I logged out and logged back in, it was okay. Come around here a lot?
No, I'm actually here for the Bitcoin mining summit that's going on as a private event.
I was interested in that. I saw. I mean, I didn't know. I hadn't clicked on Joyce's name, and I saw that she was in the Bitcoin thing. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's a representative of Bitmain. I would love to get some of her equipment to test out.
Yeah, it looks pretty hardcore.
Oh yeah. Especially if I can get my hands on their newest Bitcoin miner. Oh, such giggity.
So you actually do the mining, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I've been mining for like 2.5 years, something like that.
Scored anything?
Huh?
Have you scored anything yet?
Oh yeah. Mined more than 2% of a Bitcoin. I'm a GPU mine, ASIC mine, FPGA mining. So I kind of mine with all the different kinds of ways you can do it.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That's something I've only read about. I've not actually done a darn thing with it.
Yeah, I've actually got a YouTube channel where I teach people how to do it too. Crypto and Hot Rods, if you want to check it out. I'm actually live streaming right now.
Okay. Hey, everybody.
Right? Right, I wish you could.
Yeah. No, I can. Oops. I disappeared here. No, I've got a wave. Let's see. I think it's F. Nope, but that's clapping.
Oh, that's too funny.
No, that's shaking hand. They're cheering. And there's the wave. Okay.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Oh, too funny.
Yeah. Well, they'll even do more. Let's see. If you want to get really enthusiastic, then backflip. See. There we go.
Oh, it's too funny.
Yep. Emily dances pretty well, yeah. Say my avatar dances better than I do in real life, that's for sure.
That's too funny.
Let's see.
All my people over here are like, hello from the live stream person.
Yeah. Yeah, if only I actually did the mining.
Well, I mean, if you got a desktop computer that's got a newer graphics card in there, you'd be able to mine.
As a matter of fact, I do, but the graphics card is laying right here next to me, along with the motherboard behind me that's blown.
Oh, no!
Yeah, it was a bad day, but I went ahead and I upgraded my laptop. I just basically put in a terabyte SSD and upgraded to 16 gigs, and it made a world of difference for this.
Oh, yeah.
But the GPU itself is pretty
Yeah,
weak.
that's the secret that the Mac people all, oh, my MacBook's so much better, so much faster. It's that you got an SSD or an M.2 in there.
Yep. Tell everybody, it's like, no, if you want to do anything, then the first thing you got to do is get the SSD.
Right.
Then on Windows, though, it's like all I have to do is run Firefox, and I'm already up at 9 gigs.
Right.
And so it's like, no, you got to have more than 8.
Yep. Yeah, that's why I've got a Threadripper, a AMD Threadripper, the 1900X, which is the first gen, with a NVIDIA GTX 1080 Ti, and I am actually mining on the CPU while doing this.
Nice.
So I'm like live streaming, I'm mining. My computer gets torture tested.
We'll burn up a little bit of energy here.
Yeah.
What was the name of it again? Your
My CPU is the AMD Threadripper, the 1900X. That is one great CPU.
19, you say?
The 1900X.
1900.
So yeah, if you get your computer up and running and you got a newer graphics card, you'd be able to sit there and even hook it up to a program called NiceHash. Easiest way to get started, and they'll choose what your GPU mines, and they pay you out in Bitcoin.
Okay.
So you don't even have, because like a lot, like what I do is I'll mine a project directly to support their network, and I get paid in their native token, and then from there I have to convert it over to Bitcoin. With NiceHash, they just give you Bitcoin for your computing power. They auto convert it for you.
Okay.
If you're wanting to get some like good information on it, check out bitcoin.org.
Okay.
That's their actual website. You can sit there and look at like the what they call the white paper. There's some technical stuff on there even I don't understand, but the main body of it is kind of like an eye opener whenever you're like reading it. It takes like 5-10 minutes to read it.
Okay. I don't remember. I bought like $1 worth of something years ago, but I think it was actually a couple of years ago. I think it was right before things just suddenly plummeted. But been kind of wishing I had actually been in the ownership position prior to the pandemic.
Oh yeah. Today is actually the Bitcoin halving. So every day up until today, all the mining people on the network would mint about 1,800 new coins every day. After today, it will be 900 coins minted a day. So there's going to be definitely a supply shock. And with the
sounds like today is a good day to buy, unless they've already.
Oh yeah. It's actually the price is actually coming down a little bit. So definitely it'll be a good time here to start getting in, for sure. And
8,500 right now.
yeah. I'm figuring that it'll come down a little bit more. People are basically they were buying the news, and then buying the rumor, and as the news comes out about this, they're all going to start taking profits, which is going to push the price down a little bit. And after that, it'll be definitely a great time to get involved with it. And looks like there's 15 blocks left until they do the halvening. So each block takes are about 10-minute intervals. So not too much longer until the halvening actually takes place. So about 2 hours left until the halvening. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm looking at charts. Yeah, stock trading is something I used to do. I used to do day trading just for the fun of it. I looked for stocks and vibrate.
Oh, you should really be into Bitcoin then.
Yeah, a lot of vibration in Bitcoin.
Right.
There is, yeah.
Brian, what do you think it's going to retrace back to? I'm to a 50% Fibonacci, maybe around the 7,000 region.
That's about where I was kind of looking at, right around the 7,000. If we have a huge minor capitulation, we might dip down a little bit lower. But I'm definitely thinking 7,000 is going to be a great point for it.
That would be a very bullish correction.
Yes. Oh my God, yes.
Golden Pocket looks like it's around 62,000.
Right.
I don't see the momentum to get there. We did a test of the 200 moving average on the daily. And that was yesterday or day before yesterday.
Yeah, we bounced right off of it.
Yeah, it held really strong.
Yep.
So, expecting a very bullish retracement on this one.
Oh yeah.
All right, cool. I'm gonna run around some more.
Rock on. Yeah, it's not breaking a sweat on this.
Attending an event.
Yeah. It's a crypto mining summit.
I actually got a team suite here, but I'm here as an affiliate who basically signed up to sell space to whatever, chambers of commerce. So,
Oh, nice.
this Rebella thing has a affiliate program, so
Oh, that's kind of cool.
did pay out okay. I just don't know how hard it's going to be to get people on. I just did a demo with a friend of mine who's a very well-connected marketer. Yeah, it's like 25%. What they pay out on the affiliate programs, and figure you buy an entire campus. The campus is like $2,500 a month.
Oh my God.
And then $5,000 up front. So it's like, yeah, you get a few of those. Like, yeah, that's not bad. The trick is getting them. You got to be connected to people who actually listen to you without being spammed.
Right. Yeah, what me and my partner are trying to do is actually try to find some like angel investors and VC capital funds that would like to get involved with with our mining company that we're starting up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Special breed.
Huh?
That's a special breed.
Oh yeah. It's especially with the economy taking a nosedive. It makes it a little harder.
Well, I don't know. I'm sure they've already heard the arguments. That's the thing with talking to people that are at that level. But just the principle that Bitcoin could be potentially more stable than dollars.
Oh yeah. Peter Schiff should be rolling in it. Should be rolling right now, going, Gold is still at $1,700 and Bitcoin's worth more.
Yeah. No kidding. Yeah, it's been so long I can't remember what I own.
Yeah, you should definitely look into it. It might be worth more than you think, depending on when you bought it.
The timing I think was crap. I went into a meeting and I bought Litecoin. Pretty soon Litecoin. So. Yeah, it was just one of these things where I didn't have any, and I went to a meeting about it and said, well, do at least own some. What was $50 for the Litecoin at the time, and I think it was worth about $25 about 2 months later.
Nice. That's too funny, Tech Man. Emily Post is a magician. She's just disappeared. Yeah. I will be right back.
Yep, I'm standing around.
I'm gonna be right back, guys. I need to get myself another drink. Oh man, I'm gonna open up turn a fan on. It is warm underneath these lights with all the miners. All right, here. Got that halving coming up. Ooh, $14. Such amazingness. A 6 GPU miner on Hive is crashed after attempted to force update. Can't get to desktop because of moving hell. Anything you can do to reset it without reflashing it? Dropped 400 in the last 15 minutes. That's weird because I'm using NB Miner myself on Hive, and I have no issues. Oh yeah, that's right. Mikkel had that same had a problem like that where he had to delay the miner from starting so that the rig would boot up all the way for AMD and then initialize the miner. My Asus ROG Strix RX 580s had no issues. And the Deadwood, yeah, I use NB Miner on Windows 10. I've got no issues there. I use it on hash rate and on Hive. Absolutely no problems with any of the platforms that I've seen so far. So if there's, if you're having an issue, 9 times out of 10, it's just a configuration issue. Either your miner's having a problem, your overclocks are the issue possibly, or you need to put the delay on starting the miner up itself. They're all pretty good. They have their pros and cons. But yeah, Mikkel's, I agree with that. Hash rate and Hive are very stable. I even use Simple Miner OS, but that's pay to mine. It's $2 a month per motherboard. So for every motherboard you have hooked up to Simple Miner, it's $2 a month. Hive allows you 1 rig for free. Hash rate allows 3 rigs for free. Alright, Andrew, I'm going to go back into the whole event. So if you're around during the next break, I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, I'll see you later.
Yep. Let's get into here. Paste, submit. Let me in. Because it looks like it should be about 5 minutes, and Christy Lee, oh God, it's a girl, should be on. Let me go ahead and take me a seat here. Oh wow, looks like they changed something up here. So, oh God, it's girl was supposed to come on first. Looks like she's coming on second. We will have the keynote presentation from Bitmain. Oh, nice. Just started working with hash rate. Nice, nice. If you have any kind of questions or anything like that, certainly hit up me and Mikkel. We are very familiar with utilizing it. So if you have any issues with, like you don't see the pool you want to mine on there, and you're having an issue setting that up, hit me and Mikkel up in the Discords. Man, I almost want to ask the Jason Zhang if there's a way to get parts directly from Bitmain to be able to repair their own ASICs. Because I've got an E3 that I've actually got to, I need to replace one of the chips on it. There's a, I'm not sure what this chip is, but it decided to commit suicide on the hashing board. It's for my E3 Antminers for Ethereum and Ethereum Classic. Well, can't really do Ethereum Classic. It's like not really doing good. Hive is good. They're getting restrictive because they want to have everybody mine to their pool is the problem. So they're allowing you to have one free rig now, unfortunately. Jabo, you can mine, if you only have one rig on Hive, you can mine whatever you want, change it any time. But if you have 2 rigs on there or more and you don't want to pay for it, you have to be mining Ethereum on Hive's personal pool. Yeah, I know you could buy like the hashing boards themselves, but I only need one component off of that hashing board. Oh, such giggity. Oh, come on. Alright, so we have her manipulating some stuff over here. Switching the hash rate. Oh, wow. You know, Jabo, I've actually heard a few other people saying that they were supposed to, like, limit them to 1 free rig unless you're mining ETH. And then you'd be able to have up to 5. Something like that. Oh, okay. So because of the human malware, they've unrestricted it. Cool. That's actually good to know. Looks like they're setting everything up. Awesome. We're gonna hear about Bitmain. Woo! Ooh, excuse me.
Everyone, welcome back. We are just going to call Irene to the stage. So Bitmain will be presenting right now. And I know you all are very interested in this. We've gotten a lot of comments on it. So we want to welcome Irene. And along with Irene, Jason will be here. Jason is the CEO of BTC.com. And so he is going to be presenting. So Irene will be presenting for the first 15 minutes. She's the head of sales for Bitmain here in North America. And then after her, Jason will be presenting. And he is the CEO of BTC.com. Everyone, let's put together our skills and let's give him a clap. Let's give him a hand. Do you guys figure out how to clap? Like this? So you click on your name and then you look for it. There you go. Good job. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Irene. Oh, well, okay. Thank you for dancing. Thank you for dancing. Okay, you've taken it too far now. Very enthusiastic people you have working with you, Irene. So, Irene, the way this works is I can, to make it easier for you, you can just tell me
Travis from Bitmain.
Want to go ahead and, yes. Can you actually see the screen?
Yes.
All right, perfect. Do you see the arrow right here? You can click on the arrow to move the presentation. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So that's how you can move that.
Thank
okay?
you.
No problem. I'll stay right here.
Thank you, everyone. I'm Irene from Bitmain. It's very excited to be here and sharing this special moment with you. As a leading mining equipment company, we remain committed to persuade the innovation and provide high-performance equipment to the public from time to time, and try to realize this vision of bringing the future of mining to all. And that's all about my topic today. So, it's a very special moment. It's about halving of Bitcoin. Once the halving does occur, it reduces the amount of block reward for miners from 5.5 to 6.25, which just means those mining machines that have a power efficiency higher than 85 joules per terahash may no longer be profitable. So, Bitmain is working hard to ensure our machines are built for post-halving world.
She's obviously having some small technical difficulties.
And that's why we have the Pro series. The Antminer ICE19 series represent the evolution of Bitcoin mining. So from the first Antminer ICE1 to the ever popular Antminer ICE9, reaching to the current one, ICE19 series. I have a friend told me that they start with Antminer ICE1 in 2013. At that moment, it delivered a hash rate of 180 gigahash per unit. And now Antminer ICE19 delivers the same hash rate with every single chips. And we could say that the mining community has taken a great leap of the development. So the new generation of Antminer ICE19 and Pros come into two variants. The ICE19 is equipped with a hash rate of 95 terahash, while the other variant has a hash rate of 90 terahash a second. Both variations have a power efficiency of 34.5 joules per terahash. As for the Pro version, it can deliver a hash rate of 110 terahash per second, which was further improved. While its other variants
Stick your
have a
finger in his
hash
ear,
rate
give him a
of
wet willy,
105
right?
terahash. And both have really impressive specifications. The power efficiency is now 29.5 joule per terahash. And it's also, sorry, it's disappeared.
Oh, do you want me to, is it here? Tell me when to stop.
Okay, now
Right
it's
there?
running.
All right, can you see it?
Yeah. So, the new machines showcase industry-leading technologies utilizing the new APW12 high conversion efficiency power supply, and both versions achieve enhanced stability by the new technology. Besides of this, the new firmware also introduced faster start-up speed and an intelligent control mechanism to ensure the best mining experience. So it's also designed to boost superior performance to enable every miners to have their optimized earnings and ensuring a long-term operations. And this year we start a new project called R2D2, which provide exclusive, customized.
What, they don't get a copyright infringement for using R2D2?
Altcoin. So now Bitmain do set like commissions for customized production to produce the mining equipment for clients now. And on the other hand, we will keep the innovation for some other kinds of machines we will put into the market. We will keep to upgrade the technology for some miners like Zcash equipment and Litecoin equipment. We just released the 15 to the public. And on the other hand, our AMPBACs can cut the construction cost and develop times, the deployment time by 50%. So now it's easily move your mining farm anytime and anywhere with the advanced and simple and convenient movable mining farms. You could like assembling those modular.
Yo, what's up, going deep? Oh, Crypto Nation.
Scenarios. For example, you can combine 3 layers, stacking up and down, and full-size slicing from left and right, enable you to have to see more area and less.
Irene Gao is the Bitmain's U.S. salesperson, and she's talking about some of the stuff right now with Bitmain.
The modular is designed with
and then, oh god, it's a girl will be after Bitmain.
In and out, there will be more electricity will be saved. So it ensures every single panel of the electricity code will be used only in computing power. Since we have a lot of demand in North America, all the boxes designed with UL certificate. Furthermore, we are also aiming to provide better service and help more and more of clients to success in the industry. And generally, we will provide a series of technical support services for shipping out the end miners, prevent DOA or IMA rate, ensuring the proper operation of the product. And we're also aiming to cooperate with more third parties locally to have some repair centers in Canada and the United States. Due to the COVID-19 situation, the U.S. repair center in California is temporarily closed. And currently, a U.S. customer can ship their miners back to Hong Kong. But we have very limited air cargoes. Basing on that situation, we are pushing the process to have more local repair centers faster. And now we are currently reaching
I'm
out
not
to
sure.
some party providers to provide more repair sites. And the plan is to have one in Canada and 2 in the United States. The purpose is to make the TAT within 3 days.
Song Zheng. Ooh, one of the Bitmain CEOs.
And,
Nice.
I think some of you may know that we
There's a lot of people here.
training session from China to the United States last December in Atlanta. So there's no visa issues and less expenses for our clients and for customers to have their own technical solutions, have own on-site technical guys. So for the training
Man, I got a question for
the graduates can receive the level 1 qualification certificate. So they can have basic skills required for the mining maintenance. After this process, they could reach like global standard for miner maintenance. With these certifications, they are easy to find a job and they are authorized to buy miner materials from Bitmain's official website.
Oh.
And it's enabled them to troubleshooting the basic detects for the machine.
But the training academy is
overall
in Atlanta.
This is a good time for miners to evaluate the current farms and setups. Does the mining farm is designed for optimal efficiency? Does the staff trained on the best practice to maintain the hardware? So, responding to these prompts will help to better prepare the miners and operations in the long term. That's all we have today, and very happy and excited to have you all here. If you have any questions, we have our colleagues in the hall, and you can come to them and have a chat during or after the conference. Thank you, Emma.
Thank you, Irene. Thank you. It was a great presentation. And I'm not sure if you're going to stay on the stage, but now we have Jason. Jason's going to be coming, and he's going to be doing his presentation. Jason, your presentation is over here on this screen. So everybody, what you can do is you can actually look at your screen zoom, and you can zoom in to the right screen, and it will show you everything you need to know. Oh, Jason, you look like you might want to straighten up there. Your body looks a little interesting. Yeah. You don't know how? Okay, try walking. Okay, there you go. So I will. That was quite funny. Okay, you're fine again.
Hi, sorry. One quick announcement. I think there's some error with the presentation a while ago. If there are people interested, we have some employees, we have some colleagues here who could share the presentation to you guys. Because I think not all the parts were shown.
That's great. Thank you for letting us know. That's great. Thanks for that. Okay, and Jason, it's your turn. So this is your presentation right here. Everyone else will set again. You can click on your screen zoom and click on the right wing screen, and you can see right web screen, sorry, and you can see it. And Jason, I'll navigate this for you. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks so much for introducing. Hello everyone, I'm Jason from BTC.
Too funny. Where's the soccer ball? Perfect time for it.
I'm briefly talking about our core products and our special features and our tools for miners, as some of our technical service and also a very short introduction about the incoming halving of Bitcoin. So first of all, BTC.com, we have two core products. So one is a blockchain explorer. So you can visit us at the BTC.com. So this is a blockchain explorer for Bitcoin, ETH, and Bitcoin SV. And also we have a multi-currency mining pool. So for now we are supporting BTC, ETH.
Yeah, Gundy, I don't use my Oculus because of fake book.
So we can also support like on-demand coins.
Yo,
like,
what's up, Kevin Hole?
Like, interesting, very specific coin. We can support that coin like in 1 or 2 weeks. Depends on the complexity of the design. Also, the key feature of our mining pool is, first of all, we have an open source mining pool backend. So it's hosted on GitHub, and the same code is running not only for BTC.com.
Yeah, Valve's VR is pretty good, but real expensive.
Also using the same source code of BTC.com. And we are also constantly providing technical support to other mining pools as well. Also for mining pool, we have like multiple nodes deployed around globally. So this helps us to broadcast our blocks much faster. And also we have like easy and functional complete API. So if you want to use BTC.com mining pool as an integration service for your own product, you can easily access with our API and design a product.
Yeah, if I had a grand laying around, I would probably buy a 2080 Ti.
Like, how should we deliver your product? And also for miners, we have like some very special service. So first one, we have like merge mining support. So now
I've still got my Oculus first gen.
Cash for free, and also you can easily switch between all the coins. And third, if you're a big miner, like 1 petahash, we can have a dedicated mining server for you. So this can help you to avoid any DDoS attack to the mining pool. And also we have our transaction accelerator. So in case your transaction is stuck on Bitcoin blockchain, you can use our transaction accelerator service. This is a paid service, but we can prioritize your transaction to mine the next block. Sometimes we are delivering like free transactions accelerator service for our miners as well. And finally, we have like BCH recovery service. So this helps users who mistakenly transfer the BCH to segwit addresses. And now we are also developing some new features. First, I think the most important one is a smart pool. So for now, if you're mining BTC.com, our pool can intelligently dispatch your hash rate to the most profitable coin. For example, if BCH is more worth mining for the time being, we'll switch your hash power to BCH. And this is done by the pool backend, so you don't have to do it by yourself. And all your payments can be in BTC only. So like we'll switch your hash power to BTC, BCH, BSV, but the final payment will still be BTC.
Oh, that's cool.
So usually this can lead to like
it's like a multi-pool
% increase in your profit. The second pro feature is we allow one miner to transfer his hash rate to another miner. So you can have an offline contract with the other user. So this works as like you can have your own like cloud mining contract, and you can sell offline.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
To achieve that,
you can sell your hash power on there. Huh.
Finally, we have a like subscription service. If you subscribe on our BTC.com as a miner, we'll deliver your mail each month. So this will including your mining revenue, and we are also providing some insight data for your minings. This feature is still ongoing. Like we want to hear feedback from our miners, so we can give a better report monthly. So we wish this can be helpful to all the miners. Smart tools are some applications around with our mining pool service. First is our mining pool app. So this year we have a new design. So I wish everyone can try it out. So this is completely new. And second is a smart agent. Smart agent is transparent street server proxy. So this works extremely well if you have big mining farm with a lot of miners. With the smart agent, you only need like one or two connection to our mining pool, and all the miners in your mining farm that only connect to the smart agent instead. So this can save a lot of bandwidth and also help you to stabilize your connection. We have a BTC tools, so this one is help you to manage your miners quickly and efficiently. I think a lot of miners are already using this tool, even if they are not actual user of this account. Finally, we have like mining profit calculator. So this can help you to estimate your return on invest of a certain miner. Next, we also provide some service for our technical side. The first one, as a blockchain explorer, we have a data service provider. So if you want to have any specific API service, or if you want to have some access to data on Bitcoin blockchain, we can help you to build the API for you. And we also have like customized support, like for any analysis you want to do on Bitcoin blockchain. The other feature, the next feature is more related to mining. But now we are providing a cloud mining pool service. So not be confused with cloud mining contract service. So this means if you want to start your own mining pool, you can use our backend, and the most importantly, the whole hash rate the risk of the lucky rate is shared among all the hash rate connected to our cloud mining pool service. So you don't have to worry about you're lucky when you are starting your mining pool business. And with our support and technical service, you don't need to worry about how to maintain a mining pool and how to avoid all the attacks and how to keep your pool running securely. So basically, it's a hassle-free service, and for you to start your own mining pool.
Jason, where should I go right now? Should I move your slides forward?
I'm clicking on slides, but I'm thinking that you were clicking it up as well.
What was that?
Yeah. I'm clicking on slides. Can you see?
I can't see. Can anyone else see that he's clicking on slides?
No.
Oh,
No.
Nope.
I can't see.
I can't see it.
Okay. This kind of confused me.
Yeah, okay, no. I can do it for you.
You want me to
Slide
move
number, slide 9.
that? All right.
What number would you like me to go to?
Page 15 right now.
Okay, you're on 15. Okay. Here we go.
Yeah. Sorry. So
No problem.
the whole process of if you want to start your mining pool, process is like first you have to discuss all the demands from your side, and after signing contract, we will start building and deploy the mining pool. Usually the whole process will be done in 2 or 3 weeks, depends on the requirement from your side, like how to. So we already providing service to around 6 cloud mining pools, and the total hashing power is around 7,000 petahash right now. So besides our own hash rate, we also have power mining pool service to other mining pools, and the total hash rate is like 7 to 8,000 petahash.
Yeah, right. Mikhail will run her own backside pool.
Emma, next slide.
There, that one?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Next one.
Next one, okay.
Okay.
The halving?
Yeah. The next thing, yeah. Page 18. Okay. So becoming halving, this is what happens actually maybe less than an hour right now, so we only have like 9 blocks to go.
9 blocks!
So we have some suggestions from users. First of all, when you are connecting your hash power to BTC.com, you should enable the smart feature.
1 hour to go, guys.
This can improve your income by like 15%. By average, last month, the increased profits like around 1% to 3%. Also, BTC.com is providing the competitive bidding price for users compared with other mining pools. And also, we are providing a firmware. So this firmware can help you to.
I hope his pool has better latency than his mic.
As we evaluate it, you can increase your income by up to 40%. Depends on different models and the original hash rate of your S70 or P70. Also, for the customers, we really suggest you have we really suggest the users to buy the new mics. It typically helps you to
yeah, his mic is bad. It's not his microphone, it's the latency to the network. So he's got high latency, so if he's mining, he's dropping shares.
Local resources in China, we have a relation with hosting service. So if you want to have your association for your mics, you can contact any support from BTC.com and get a better price. Mining the BTC.com can help you to get better outcome after the hunt.
Yeah, more than likely he's in China, and yeah, his router over there is horrible.
Next slide. Okay, so if you want to cover that, you can save this picture. So we have a WeChat program. We also have a Telegram channel.
I don't use WeChat. I'm not putting in tracking software on my phone. No WeChat.
You want me to change the next slide?
Yeah, right. Gross.
Does anyone have any questions for Jason? I'm sure you guys must. Everybody was really anticipating this presentation.
Yes, really some issues here. I'm not familiar with the process.
Oh, no worries. It's absolutely fine. We're all trying out this software for the first time, so it's absolutely fine. Does anyone have any questions? No one? You guys are good? Okay, well, as they mentioned, they have available to answer any questions, as well as they've indicated how you can get a hold of them. So thank you very much, Jason. Thank you very much, Irene. We appreciate you taking the time. We know that it's kind of late in China right now, so we do appreciate you guys coming. So anyway, everyone, next up we have Christy Minahan. Oh God, a girl. Christy, come on up. We have your presentation. Everyone, can you put your hands together and give Christy a warm applause? You guys are like, we're not feeling it. You're still trying out how to figure out how to do that? Nice. Okay, in that case, who's going to be doing... Someone over there is doing the dance, so thank you. That's a big warm welcome. So
I appreciate the dance.
right? I'm just saying, it's a lot of love right there. So Christy's
You got to.
it's over there on the left-hand side. So if you guys want to use your screen to zoom in on the left. Wow, that's a lot of love, my friend. That's a lot of love. Thank you. So if you guys want to use your the screen zoom to zoom in on the left web screen, Christy will go ahead and start her presentation. Thanks, Christy. And Christy,
What up, thing?
To get the pointer, you can press perfect, the number, great. And do you see the arrow on the bottom right hand side? You can use that to move the slides.
Yep.
Somebody's got a VR headset on.
Yep,
Look at that. I could tell because of the pointer. She's got VR.
Okay. Gonna assume yes.
Yes, we can hear you fine.
Awesome.
You're pretty clear.
All right. So yeah, let's get started. So I wanted to share today a little bit of research that my research group and I have been working on, which is studying the nonce patterns across multiple blockchains. So previously, this research has been conducted by Coinmetrics, concentrated on the Bitcoin network, and by the Monero community. But what is interesting is that people have not tried to assign a strength to these nonce signals, or even put a rationale or theory around why we see differences in in nonce picking strategies. So I wanted to kind of go ahead and share some of that today. So one of the advantages of operating on a blockchain is that you do end up having a lot of data to consume, analyze, and extract patterns from. And given that in theory any nonce can result in a winning hash, it's not
Kevin Hole, we are watching
to
the Mining Summit 2020.
And therefore distributed uniformly. However, as we've gone and analyzed these chains, we've realized that only a few follow this rule. So there's a lot of explanations, a lot of theories that can sort of be linked to.
It's live right now. You have to have a ticket to actually get in, so I actually had to pay to be here.
Types of hardware.
And this is for more for companies, not just the individuals.
I don't really have to go into what a nonce is. What is important though is that across most of the different coins, miners are only having to increment either an extra nonce field or a nonce field in order to generate and brute force their winning solution. And so, as I mentioned, a note on the randomness. Nonces should be inherently random. We should not have any sort of signal or banding possible, but we do. So let's look at Bitcoin first. So one of the interesting things to note about Bitcoin is that, let me see if I can get my pointer here. So we end up seeing this concentration of linear search very early on in Bitcoin's history, where miners are quite new to the network. A lot of them are, just doing a linear search, incrementing from 0. Up until we get to the point of the S1 and the very first Avalon miner. Things start to become more uniformly distributed because the nonce picking strategy starts to become more intelligent, and it does not simply do a linear search. Now, what's really interesting to note is that over here we start to find banding. So this starts first in late 2015, and it coincides with the release of the S7 in late August of that year, and we have 4 bands, 2 of which I can't reach on my screen right now. Along comes the S9 in May 2016, and users start to receive orders in June 2016 of that year. And so we see these streaks with the S7 slowly start to fade away as the S9 predominantly becomes the much stronger miner. Now, as we get closer to 2020, we start to see a concentration up here of 2 bands, where the S17 starts to come into play and the S9s start to fall off the network. So it's very, very interesting. We theorize that there's either a nonce picking strategy
yes, she was
to the hardware, or that there is a nonce picking strategy relevant to the pools that operate on it. And Coinmetrics did a fantastic report that elaborates on this picking strategy, which we can see quite condensed on Bitmain affiliated pools, suggesting that all of the Bitmain pools are ensuring that there's no overlap in the work, thus becoming very efficient in their search strategy. So let's go ahead onto Monero. Monero has an anti-ASIC mentality, meaning that they are actively resisting fixed function hardware on their network. And in doing so, they have tried many times to fork to prevent ASICs on the network. So in this big chunk of space here, we see that, very early on, miners were doing a pretty uniform search strategy. It was quite saturated, CPUs, GPUs. And then along comes an interesting banding that we're seeing in sets of actually 16 bands, where miners' search strategies become much more condensed around even nonces. And then we start to see banding inherent with ASICs and some early FPGAs, right up until we get to a concentration here. See this banding? That is the early CMV1 miner. So this is
the ASICs
this is where
for Monero.
The early ASICs came into play.
Yep.
Soon after, Monero has its first fork to CMV2. And then once again, we've got sort of a uniform search strategy. This, the banding stays in place. We theorize it's due to pools and their specific overlap. However, we start to get concentration here on the lower 20 bits of the nodes, which suggests that there is a specific optimization there for the miners in play. Monero forks again, and the banding becomes much more apparent once again as the next generation of hardware phases in. And so then let's look at how their random X fork did. Now we can't tell too much on this specific slide, so let us enhance. So now we've enhanced, we've zoomed in on the actual specific node space, and we get a much clearer picture. We start to see that after the random X fork, it is more uniformly distributed. There is still some very faint banding attributed with pools, attributed with NiceHash or some other mining software, but overall uniformly distributed as we would expect from GPU and CPU miners. So very interesting there. Now let's take a look at Ravencoin. Ravencoin is another algorithm that has inherently been anti-ASIC. So interestingly enough, this vertical banding here has nothing to do with ASICs. This was a period in Ravencoin's history where the difficulty and block times just blew up. And so, this has just completely exploded out of proportion. Thus, we have some interesting effects here. As we get closer to the end of 2019, we start to see very distinct banding associated with the version 1 ASICs, the X16R ASICs, which are actually early generation FPGA miners or old Bi-Cal cores. And soon after, Raven forks, and the nonce pattern changes completely again. And what is interesting to note is that in Ravencoin, the first generation miners are still usable on the
Hey, what's up, Savage Mind?
After with a firmware update, because they are eFPGA fabric. So, they're reprogrammable to a certain degree. So the nonce strategy changes, and I'm not sure if people probably can't see, but that is actually 16 distinct bands that it's searching. So their implementation of the algorithm on the hardware has changed, thus their search strategy has changed. And so we'll enhance once again to give a clearer zoom of what happens after they've just recently...
Hey, she's using a 2-miner chart.
So here we've got Ravencoin's nonces are arranged by a bitwise order instead. You see that this is the pre-fork, and we see this distinct light banding, which seems to be concentrated. Oops, had a bit of a disconnect there, which seems to be concentrated around bits 2 to 8 more often. So it's marking them as 0 more often than normal. Now, right after the fork happens, two things happen that change the data. One is that Ravencoin changes from a 32-bit nonce to a 64-bit nonce, so our data gets a bit skewed. The second thing is that our difficulty over here just completely crashes. And thus you have a very high concentration here of miners just searching the lower 10 bits of the nonce space because they don't actually have to do any work. Difficulty is blown up, they're just smashing blocks. So you get a very big concentration here. And then slowly it starts to taper out and even.
Okay, so then, Chris, you just want to make sure, can everybody see Chrissy's screen? Because it just went black, I think, for some people.
It was just fine for me.
It was just fine?
I'm able to see it, no problem.
Okay, perfect. Okay, just want to double check. Okay, it's back. Okay, so people are saying it went black for them. Okay, perfect. Okay, sorry, Chris, you interrupted, but it was so interesting. I want to be able to see the charts. Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
No problem. And so finally we have Zcash. So Zcash presents the most interesting analysis we've done, where you start to see that the bands are actually correlated with the new ASIC machines, and they change with each ASIC generation. So early on in Zcash's history, its CPU and GPU miners, we see that are actually inherently lazy. They are not incrementing their nonces very high, they're just searching on the lower band. And then along comes the Z9 in 2018. And we start to see that right after the announcement, and then fulfillment happens, and then miners get their orders. Our search space becomes much more uniform, much more efficient. We see some very light banding here, but overall it's uniformly distributed. And then we have the next miner, the Z11, which happens in 2019. And again, we see less banding now. It's starting to become much more efficient. There's no sort of overlap at all. So much more uniform. And then number 3 is where we've got the Bitmain's latest miner. They've just announced. They haven't shipped or fulfilled any orders, but we will be tracking that, and we theorize we are going to see absolutely no banding whatsoever. Now, potentially this is due to the fact that, you know, Bitmain's hardware makeup on the new Zcash miners it's starting to be much more efficient. There's no overlap between work items whatsoever. Partly it could be due to optimizations in Equihash's algorithm. So this is something we're watching quite closely. And so a note about, you know, nonce search strategies. So depending on your CPU, your GPU implementation, your algorithm you're actually mining, and the pools, there's all these different strategies that miners are starting to utilize in order to gain an edge or be more efficient, so that they're not searching in the same range as their peers, so that they're communicating as sort of one consistent hive mind. We're seeing this start to happen most commonly in Bitcoin, and most commonly in Zcash. We haven't gone into the point where that's happening in Monero or some other algorithms yet. Now, interestingly enough, the non-search strategies are completely bizarre and the polar opposite in Ethereum. So last month, the research group produced a really cool report where we tried to quantify a specific signal coming from the Bitmain E3 miner and other mining pools, and also mining software. And what we found was actually pretty cool. So up here in the top, we have the Ethereum nonce value. So Ethereum's nonce is, you know, it's 64 bits. And when we check it, we don't actually see any obvious pattern aside from these really dark bands that are consistent with pools, and these ones over here are consistent with NiceHash. So NiceHash actually marks certain bits in their nonce in order to track the miners that are, you know, currently on their network. What is very cool, however, is if we look at the distribution of each specific bit in a winning nonce, a pattern starts to emerge, with a preference for fixing at bits 40, bit 55, and over here we have this giant chunky boy, which is bits 30 to 34. So it's very interesting. Now, these red lines actually correspond to the E3 announcement date and the E3 shipping and fulfillment date. So we start to see this banding is actually faint, but it's there before E3 has been announced, and then it disappears, still faint, but sort of trails off as the E3 starts to get fulfilled. We theorize this is due to a fingerprint for for alpha firmware, testing firmware, or fingerprint to track machines as they're still in testing at the facility. And so we were also very
proof that they mine.
What the hell this was. We didn't think it was an ASIC, and it turns out that it's actually this light banding has to do with.
No, everybody would be able to track it actually.
Specifically around GPU rigs of 8 GPUs. And so we go over here, and also Claymore. So what we did was we correlated Claymore's release date with those specific bits over time and averaged it out, and the results are kind of awesome. So we see that Claymore over time has been fixing these specific bits in his software. No other bits, just those. And given that Claymore has, going back to this slide, Claymore has a majority of the GPU mining market in Ethereum, it makes sense. This banding we actually see right here has to do with Claymore's search strategy, where he randomly samples the top 32 bits and then does a linear search on the bottom. So that was pretty cool. What we learned is that many of the GPU mining developers that live off dev fees, so they take a percentage of what is mined. This is how they fund themselves and continue to write software. They actually fix certain bits in the nonce in order to track their software to see whether or not their dev fee is still in use, and whether or not someone's removed it, and also to track how much they should be earning versus how much they are actually earning. So we thought this was pretty cool.
What's going on, Life Size Box? My man, thank you for being here.
Miners over in the Bitcoin world start to track revenues according to pools.
And yeah, hard to track the ones that did it whenever the company selves that hacked it, the people. But we know nothing.
Pretty excited about. We built a quantitative model that is designed to figure out the strength of the signal, so to assign a value of a specific signal. So if we theorize that bit 40 and 55 are tied directly to the E3, we're able to use our model to figure out what percent of the network though that signal belongs to, meaning how many ASIC miners are currently on the network. And we see over time that bit 55 drops off as miners start to go into their launch stage. So the E3 gets fulfilled and gets installed, and bit 40 starts to rise quite heavily. And the paper goes through the mathematics of the model, so not to bore anyone, but we end up finding that over time it's almost 40% of the network that this signal belongs to. So that's pretty cool. Now, it could be that this signal isn't just the E3, it could be it's all Ethereum miners. We don't have enough data yet, so we're still collecting all of that. And then finally, I wanted to share this. So then Coinmetrics went and did this for Bitcoin miners, which was pretty cool. So for the very first time, you are able to see this nonce signal quantified into real metrics. So over time, we can see here, over in blue, we can see the rise and fall of non-Bitmain miners, and we can see here the rise of eventually the S7 miners correlates right here in early 2016, and then has a very sharp drop-off as the S9 starts to become the dominant miner. And here we start to see as the S17 becomes more predominant and micro-BT machines become more predominant, etc., etc. So nonce analysis can help us finally quantify within a degree of reasonableness how many ASICs are actually on the network, which is pretty cool, all due to the nonce search strategies of these specific miners. So why would you want to mitigate against this? Well, number one, it leaks a ton of data, and inherently miners might not want to leak that data. No one wants to share the size of their fleet publicly like that. So how can developers mitigate it? Well, they can ensure that their nonce search strategies never have any overlap. So we found that this
no problem, Life Size Box
inefficiencies in mining hardware, And that's why we start to see it phasing out in the S17s and in some of the newer miners. So as long as you ensure that across all of your fleet of miners, there is no overlap in workspace, we theorize that you won't be able to get any of this banding, and thus miners will go undetected. You will see banding in a lot of rudimentary miners, specifically ones that fork from an early version of CG Miner or an early version of this mining software, because the search strategies weren't very elegant and efficient back then. And some other theories we've also came up with. We elaborated before that we've seen GPU developers use this as tracking. The other thing we've found is that in certain silicon miners, this bit fixing is present. And so we have been theorizing that it is possible that an ASIC manufacturer may want to fix bits in order to track their miners after they leave the facility. So think about it from a hardware manufacturer's point of view. How do they know that, what percentage of their machines are still mining? How do they know when to build some more or release some more miners without talking to people and, trusting third parties?
That's a good question. Do not know when their 5 nanometer miner comes out.
Don't affect or impact
hopefully soon.
Track it that way. Then you could always tell and
but Bitmain's been having issues internally with their company, developers and stuff like that, so
versus what is currently on the network.
They're now currently fighting with
what percentage of the network you control.
Their head developer with intellectual properties or whatever.
And so yeah, that is all of the research that we've come up with so far. It's pretty exciting. I think it's pretty exciting. And I guess any questions?
I don't have any questions. That was a very, very great presentation.
That was excellent, Christy. That was excellent. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, this is Travis from Bitmain. That was super interesting. Is there anywhere we can find this presentation or the data published, for later?
Yeah. So I will go ahead and post a new fresh link of our Ethereum paper on my Twitter account. This presentation, I believe, is getting distributed by you, right, Emma? Or will it be linked on YouTube, or how will that work?
Yeah, we're going to be linking it on YouTube, and we'll also put a link to your paper.
Fantastic.
Excellent.
And if you go ahead and hit me up on Twitter or my email, it's pretty easy to work out. Oh God, a girl. Go ahead. I am able to share the raw data with you as well. And anyone can do this, by the way. All we are doing is scraping all of the block data from various chains. We have a script that we have to tune for each.
You've missed, oh God, a girl talking about the nonces and what they've been learning about.
That's a lot of fun. And we're happy to share all those scripts. But yeah, if you have any questions, reach out on Twitter.
That was really good. Does anyone else have any questions? Okay, well, what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick 5-minute break, and you guys can ask Christy any questions offline. When we come back, we're going to have Eli on the stage from BCMA, and he's going to be talking about the BCMA as well as the halving. So,
yeah.
Give Christy a big round of applause, because that was amazing, Christy. In fact, everyone do the dance. Everyone do the dance with Christy. Oh, that's amazing. That was amazing. That was really, really good. I'm going to do the dance myself, so thank you.
It won't let me do it. I'm just saying. No wet willies here. Got a sticky note. We can wave. We can dance. I can think. Shake hands. Uh-oh. I can do panda hands. Oh, no. It's actually a handshake. That's what it is. I'm supposed to be socially distancing here.
There's a guy that's like moonwalking.
Eight blocks to go. Oh, yeah. Woo!
Dude's like moonwalking everywhere.
Hey, Travis.
Yo.
Is there any way for somebody who has their like the E3s? Is there a way to get parts from you guys for repairing some of the boards?
That is a perfect question for Leo, who is standing right next to here.
Where?
Leo, Tong Lee.
Oh, okay, here. Leo. So is there a way that I can get some parts for my E3 to do some repairs on the board? I've got one E3 Antminer that's actually lost one of its hashing boards, and I can see the part that's damaged on it. It looks like one of the power management chips decided to commit suicide. So I'm definitely like looking to get some parts for it, without being like a certified repair technician, but I know how to repair small electronics. Been doing that for my whole life. But is there a place that I can actually go on to, with Bitmain on there, or do I just get a hold of the tech support with that?
Yeah, you can easily go and screen a ticket probably via spot.bman.com, or either I like to PM you and I possibly send you the guide.
Oh yeah, that would be amazing.
Yeah, I'll PM.
Oh, come on, camera. Just because I don't want to show this. Sorry guys, I did not want to show that. Oop, I'm still showing it. Thank you, Leo.
My player.
Yeah. And I will be right back. I have to use the bathroom real fast here. So bam. Baller. Here we go. Sweet. Alright, so I did not show anything really important other than his email address. Cool. Awesome. Awesome. Looks like we're down to, what? Here. How many blocks do we have to go? Woohoo! We got 7 more blocks till the halving, guys. Yo! And if you're just getting here, guys, definitely smash that Lizzie like button. Hit the subscribe button and bell notification so that you know whenever I'm dropping these awesome vids. And share this video with other people, guys. Let's try to get a bunch of people in here, so definitely share this on your favorite social media. Seven blocks to go, everybody, for the halving. Yo! yo, that's cool. Woo! Got some parts coming. I love parts. I love building stuff. I know, right? Finally! You won't have the noisy bee going off, right? It'll be nice and quiet. Oh! Oh, nice, nice, nice. You won't have a half-built piece. Yo. Yeah, you've been waiting for a while on that one.
Yep. Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Kind of new to this. Some background noise.
Oh, I'm gonna do it. Let's see here. I was trying to put down Buy Bitcoin on it.
Emma? You let me know.
Oop, next speaker. Nice. Yep, less than an hour. Woo! Whoop whoop. Yeah, heck yeah.
Yeah, James, how does this work? So, something going on right now?
Hey, what's going on, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah. How's it going, James?
Good.
Long time no speak.
Yeah, man. Are you gonna tell me that big secret that you've been holding back? That way nobody can hear us?
What? Where do I push that?
Just kidding. No, I think this is just public right now.
Oh, okay. How does it work? So if we talk, everyone hears us? Or
Oh yeah, we all hear you.
Oh, okay, cool.
So what was that secret you have?
I wasn't gonna tell you, but I really like your hair.
I thought it was all about the Bitcoin halving. Like you knew exactly where the price was going to be.
Oh man, I'm not supposed to say that to anybody.
Oh. Alright, fair enough. But don't I have to send you like 5 Bitcoin first, and then you'll tell me the secret, and then you'll send me 10 Bitcoin back?
I'll send you 20 back.
I'm down, dude.
So is there somebody speaking now? Is this Alex? Is Philip Salter on right now?
I thought you're supposed to be on.
Oh, why is Philip Salter on the screen?
James, the background. Holy cow. The end is upon us. Yes. It's the end of the beginning. Hopefully I don't lose internet connection here. My power just flickered. That was wild. Hopefully I didn't just lose connection here. Right, yeah, thank God for the battery back. I just heard my battery back up, just trigger. my lights just flickered for a second. I hear my battery bank blink, and then everything's going nuts. Cool. So
how do we private chat?
You got to click on his name.
Oh yeah.
Click on the name?
Yeah, click on his name, and then you'll go into there will be an option to private chat him.
All right.
Okay.
All right, there you go. I promise, man. I have your money for you. Just give me Give me some more time.
The Travis is...
Hey James, your background is really loud.
Minus? Okay.
Yeah. Sounds like you got a million miners back there.
I got a window open. Alright, let me close it.
That's much better.
Baller.
Nathaniel.
Yeah, no.
Hey, where is Eli? Where did Eli go?
I'm right here.
Oh, you're perfect. Eli, sorry. When I was talking to you in Zoom, I lost connection, so I had to come back.
Oh,
So-
okay, no problem.
Alright, so here we are. So here's what we're going to do. Come on stage with me. So here we have your presentation, and right here at the bottom right hand corner, you can see a blue arrow sort of hidden, and that's where you can advance it. You have to use a pointer. You can press the number 2, and when you do, a pointer will show up in your hand, and then you can use it to do anything on your slides. Okay?
Perfect. So
You can press number 2 to get the pointer, and to get rid of the pointer, you press number 2 again.
okay. Yeah, I don't think I'll need a pointer.
Okay, alrighty. Okay, so let me just introduce you. It kind of it's really quiet.
How do I go to the beginning of the? Okay, there you go.
There you go, you got it? Okay. Hey everyone, thank you guys for being so patient. Sorry I lost my mic there for a bit when I went to a different platform. So I am back, and I have Eli with me. I'm sure a lot of you know Eli. He's very, very popular. Everybody knows him as one of the founders of the BCMA. So he'll introduce that, introduce what he does, and his thoughts on the halving. I hear we're 7 blocks away?
Yeah.
That's really good. How many are we? How many away are we, guys? Does anyone have the latest and greatest? 6. Thank you, Vince.
Yeah,
That's
6
amazing.
on one. It depends on where you're looking, but 6 on one, 7 on another.
Oh my god, okay, that's amazing. Woohoo! Alright. Sorry guys, I just got a little excited there. It's like 2016 all over again. I was so happy when it happened. Anyway, Eli. Eli, thank you so much for agreeing to speak. Sorry for the technical difficulties we just had. We're doing fairly well before that. And I'll let you take it away. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Emma.
Thank
Can
you.
everybody hear me? Yes? Okay, great. All right, so I will introduce myself, Eli Ruimi, co-founder of MA, the Blockchain and Crypto Mining Association. I also founded Euro Crypto Mining, a mining farm that started out in Canada, extended itself to North Carolina, then Miami, and then Venezuela. We have, I also own and founded Kryptonite ATM, a Bitcoin ATM business that allows you to purchase Bitcoin from any of our ATMs anywhere in the Florida region. This is a project that was launched, early this year, actually. So I'm going to talk a little bit about BCMA, and then we'll talk about how COVID-19 has really impacted, mining and a lot of businesses that have been in mining, hash rates, etc. So first, I'm going to do a brief overview of BCMA. Our BCMA was founded with the initial mission, and my motivation to start BCMA was to bring together the miners so that we have a place to unite. Initially was in the fears of the regulations that might be involved in mining cryptocurrencies. So, for me, I was concerned as to what would happen if, I would get a knock on the door and all of a sudden I need all sorts of licenses and regulations to be able to effectively, mine our own currency, right? Since this is essentially what we're doing just in the blockchain space. So I put out some notices, and we got together. We put together a board of directors, which we meet every quarter. We have about 12 board of directors, and we have, since COVID-19, we've actually lost a few. So if anybody wants to run for the board, it'd be our pleasure for us to do an interview. And we meet quarterly in order to come up with plans as to how we can be present in different
Thank you,
conferences,
Dan.
how we can help educate local governments, educate miners, bring together trusted resources when it comes to
They will tell me to leave the stage. Yeah,
suppliers,
they'll kick me off the
vetting
stage.
suppliers, and we've really come a long way over the years.
Right.
So in the I'm going to go over just a little bit of some of our outreach. We've been in conferences such as World CryptoCon, the Mining Disrupt in Miami. We have a newsletter program. We're pretty much present in all major conferences. Membership starts as little as a tax-deductible donation of $100. Of course, we've got our corporate sponsors, which have been our support over the last 2 years. We're present on all social media platforms, and of course, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and we are constantly keeping our miners informed as to the latest news through our newsletters. We also had for a period of time, we had hired lobbyists that would go and speak on our behalf in Washington and be the voice for our
Hang Lee
community
did
and
just
all
email
the,
me,
in
just
various
asking me
local,
what it is that I need.
governments
Yo,
when it comes to
that
anything
is
that has to do
amazing.
with
I love it.
regulation of cryptocurrencies and blockchain as well. We are not, our board of directors is formed as a group of miners. We all have our own mining
There we
businesses,
go.
but we also very
6
versed and
blocks,
educated in the
less than
blockchain
an
space.
hour.
Our latest initiative, the initiative of with Sun Resus is basically we are looking for any miners that are willing to donate their old equipment so that we can mine and use the proceeds to support BCMA along with supporting different organizations around the world and give back to communities. So, if we can use these, miners in partnership with other miners that are willing to donate a portion of their energy and electricity use, we can, we help them, of course, through our nonprofit organization, and we also can give back by giving a percentage of those proceeds. We done now, just to talk a little bit about the implications of mining, of COVID-19 in mining. I can tell you that myself, besides being a owner of a mining farm and being involved in Bitcoin, our businesses have been affected tremendously. I also own a real estate business.
Oh yeah, I will, Mikkel.
Business in which I rent my properties out, short-term rentals like Airbnb, Expedia, and for example, in the state of Florida, where I live, the government has made vacation rentals illegal. So the first impact that I had was, what am I going to do now that my business pretty much became illegal because of COVID-19? I had to reinvent myself, and reinventing myself was, of course, transitioning some of my properties into longer term. But at the same time, in the crypto space, we were affected tremendously, due to regulations that had to do with how people go to work, social distancing, and getting. The main issue has been the slowdown of hardware from China. We have, has, for example, been reaching out and, as early as February, kind of warning the general public that this is going to happen. But we've seen that in March, for example, there's been a huge drop. There was a 40% drop in hash rates. And I mean, of course, there could be questions as to whether that's due to the drop in BTC price, because of course at a certain price point when BTC drops, many mining farms will shut down their operations because it doesn't make profitable sense for them to continue mining if they're below their energy costs. And really the only ones that survive at that point are the ones that are mining in countries where they have free energy, or the countries that, or the mining farms that have used and implemented and invested money in, in technology or immersion cooling, where they can get a larger output with a lesser energy use. So, the first thing in terms of reinventing yourself, I mean, of course, thank God, I mean, after this drop, I mean, things came back up. So, which definitely helped, and mining farms came right back up. But again, it doesn't help those farms that are dealing with the difficulties that land with getting new hardware. Because if you're stuck with older hardware and you cannot get newer hardware, you have a problem where you cannot sell your hardware at a profitable number, your older hardware to upgrade.
About 5 blocks to go.
And not being able to upgrade means that you're limited as far as how much your output is going to be and what your hashing rate is going to be, and whether you're going to make or break your numbers. As a result of COVID, I mean, we've seen some pretty drastic things happen in the market. We have had companies such as Hut 8, a couple of public companies like Hut 8, where their CEO had resigned and his stock dropped, over 40%. The issue is that according to COVID-19 or government, the mining itself has been classified as non-essential. And the problem with a non-essential type business is that you don't qualify for many of the programs that are out there. Sometimes your business may qualify as a business, but as we've seen with the paycheck program, the many businesses that have not received their funding that they've expected, and a lot of these funds have been depleted within hours of launch. So, at this point, you have to, either hope that for miners that have the financial capacity to keep going and reinvent themselves, they'll do great because they could purchase, invest in latest equipment or work on, methods of overclocking their miners to try to get the most out of their current mining efforts, despite what's going on in the world. So I find that the companies that are very well financially backed will be able to continue thriving, but a lot of companies went out of business in March when they had their cryptocurrencies that were backed by crypto-backed loans. So many of us have made the mistake as miners where we, converted our BTC to US dollars in order to pay for electricity costs. What a lot of companies started doing is started providing crypto-backed loans in order for you to borrow this money, pay for your new miners, pay for your energy costs, and then pay it back with your mining rewards. Because of what happened in March with the drastic drop in price, most crypto-backed loans were actually liquidated. And this liquidation put a lot of the companies that have provided these loans have made them very rich, which is okay. They deserved it. They took the risk. But at the same time, have put a lot of mining operations out of business. So, You know, I mean, this comes to a point where I think that everybody overall is affected by this, and you know, it really depends. I mean, I think that the future of mining really is going to be for those companies that can you know, be backed financially very strong in order to, you know, survive another COVID or survive another, you know, BTC drop. Of course, we have, you know, hopefully we'll have promising results with Bitcoin halving, but I think that our efforts as an organization and as a group should be towards, you know, more education and more adoption, so that governments will see us as more of an essential type business because of what we're doing and how we're standing strong in this economy, and how we're going to be an essential need for the future of currencies and cryptocurrencies. So, you know, in terms of you know, like in terms of for example, in terms of my ATM business, we've had to get creative because my Bitcoin ATMs, I like to sell my mined Bitcoins through the Bitcoin ATMs to make them readily available to the general public who don't want to go through exchanges, who want to remain anonymous, who want to be able to purchase their cryptocurrencies immediately, have them ready instantly, don't have to sign up to a website or go through the different steps, KYC steps that are necessary, you know, for small amounts, of course. Below a certain amount, we have requirements. We don't have any requirements for our KYC, you know, documentation. But the problem has been that a lot of these ATMs sit inside a store, and it could be a supermarket, which is no longer in business or in business for limited hours. So this has affected everything across the chain, not just from the Bitcoin's origination and reward through Bitcoin mining, but it also has been affected directly, you know, throughout the chain, from our mining operation to the ATMs to the general public. So, you know, this has really affected us a long way, but I believe that hopefully when America gets back to work again, that everybody will be able to get back to work in a safe manner. Thank God, when it comes to cryptocurrencies, in my opinion, when it comes to Bitcoin mining, we don't have to have hundreds of staff members on the ground to work. The funny thing though is that they've developed the PPE program, which is for you know, for you to be able to receive a payment for salaries of your employees. But I look at my miners as my employees. My miners are actually working for me as my employees.
Medical examiners
working
and
every day,
I would
24 hours, and I would have loved to see some sort of
and signing
program
the death
or
certificate
paycheck program in my mining farms. Unfortunately, it's not very realistic. It's not what's going to be happening. So, you know, we have to deal with what we have. So thank God. I mean, I encourage that every miner continues to be safe on the ground, always wear protective equipment. And definitely, I suggest for all of you to reinvent
Oh, you're going to get
yourselves.
this one.
Over the last couple of months, I've also launched a medical business called
my
USA Medical Supply.
thing wants to respond. Oh, I hate when it does
And what
this.
we're doing is we're helping hospitals and organizations have the proper protective equipment. So the same way we're manufacturing cryptocurrencies, we are now manufacturing PPE worldwide.
Right.
So this is, you know, my hopes is that in doing so, we can.
This is a crypto mining summit. So this is actually a private live VR event.
And which definitely would help us in the cryptocurrency space when it comes to our miners. I thank you all of you for coming today, and I hope my lecture was informative. If anybody has questions, I'm here to take questions.
Not financial advice, Big Rome, but I probably would wait until after the halving.
That was really good. Thank you. It was interesting to hear a human side,
but not financial advice.
To our miners as a result of COVID-19, and I had absolutely no idea that vacation rentals were now outlawed in Florida.
Yeah. It's definitely a sad thing, but especially that we're in a vacation state.
Yeah. I had a place there.
Oh yeah.
Workers. Essential workers are like firemen or whatever, or people that have been stuck here. Yeah.
Right, Tech Man, but not financial advice.
If anyone has any equipment that they want to donate, I'm sure you have. They can contact you and find out.
Correct. And I'm going to post here the website. It's rbcma.org, and all of you could, anybody you can, reach out to us, and we would provide. We're a non-profit organization, so if I want to see non-profits, so we can provide tax-deductible donations for those miners, absolutely, and you can help make a difference.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much. So, guys, Ellie put that in the chat, or www.orbcma.org.
RBCMA.org, yes.
Yeah, so thank you very much. We really appreciate it. Everyone, let's give him a nice Gangnam Style dance, as a, because I don't think he's really seen us kind of get down, so.
I have not. Oh, okay. That's great.
It's amazing, right? What you do is you look for your name, and then on the when you click on it, it has dance, so then you can dance.
Oh,
so
cool.
Yeah. So it's pretty cool.
All
there
right.
you go. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Emma. Appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome. And now we have Phil. Phil is back. Phil Salter. He's here from Gemini. You may have seen him this morning. Phil, where are you?
Hello. Front row.
Front row. Would you like to come and join us? Excellent. Yay! So everyone, this is Phil. Phil is, here is your topic, Phil. The key to efficient mining. It's over here on the left hand, on your right hand side. So if you use your screen and you zoom in to the right web screen, you'll be able to see it. So everyone, welcome Phil. Phil, thanks for being here.
Oh, what's up, Vitalik? Lick my buterin. Yo! What's up?
It's really fun to see how this is working out. Actually, this 3D space.
So this is a virtual mining summit.
Yeah, we're learning some stuff. I'm seeing how much more fun everyone is. I really like the impromptu dancing. It kind of makes me laugh. So keep it up, guys. And yeah, this might be our new normal for the next 12 months or so. So, we kind of have to get used to it. But I do know, by the way, guys, I will tell you this. So Vincent keeps posting, Brian just posted, we've got 5 blocks to go. When we hit 1 block to go, we're going to go and we're going to check out some fireworks. So get ready, okay? So we're going to interrupt to go see some fireworks. I'm going to tell you guys where to go in the open campus to see the fireworks. Anyway.
We're going to have fireworks too, guys. Right. Look at that. Virtual fireworks.
Wouldn't that be
nice? My gosh, right?
What, 5 blocks in half an hour.
I got the VR laser gun.
Right, so, can I face the audience at the same time for the slides? I guess not, huh?
No, you have to turn it. Yeah, go back and
That's all right. That's
it's okay. Or you can sit. You can Yeah, no, you're gonna have to.
Oh, this is okay.
Go over there.
Yeah, I do recommend that everyone clicks the little plus, the zoom in logo on the top right hand, because I've got a lot of photos, and it'll look really shitty from where you're sitting. So I do recommend that you do that. All right. So I'm going to be talking about the key to efficient mining. Like, what do you need to know to mine efficiently? What's the secret?
Ooh, we got the secret sauce coming.
Let's go. As a quick introduction to the topic, I'm zooming myself. It works. So, looking at the difficulty since January of last year, it's more than tripled the difficulty. So revenue per terahash has gone down to 1/3 since then. That's a pretty dramatic shift. You can see that most of it happened after like summer last year. And very, very soon, in less than 1 hour, I guess, revenue is going to be halved again as measured in coin. So I think it's hard for most industries to imagine what they would do if their revenue just would go down to 1/6 of the original revenue, like within 14, 15 months.
3 blocks to go.
But we
got 3 blocks to go.
So we're prepared for this. At least we hope to be. And still, how do you deal with revenue going down by so much, at least measured in coins? It's all about efficiency. It's all about efficiency. If you're more efficient, you'll stay in the game for longer. And as this chart here shows on the right-hand side, it's a pretty simple diagram, but it shows the idea very well. If you have miners that mine with less efficiency, so they produce hash rate at a higher cost, then at some point they won't be profitable anymore, and they'll have to turn off their operations, and the hash rate will fall to zero. So
it's like according to CoinGecko, there are
the key point
3 blocks to go, so we got 30 minutes to the halving.
Actually gets distributed between the other market participants. I'll just scoot through this quickly because probably most people here in the audience know about this, but I'm keeping it in here for the full picture. So when the low efficiency miner drops out the network, the other miners that still manage to survive, they actually get a profitability boost because they get a revenue boost because they're getting additional market share. And when more miners drop out, always the most efficient miner always benefits actually then from the less efficient miners dropping out of the game. So the whole game of cryptocurrency mining is to be the most efficient miner, and you'll be the game for the longest.
Oh, look at that. Secret sauce, guys. Be efficient.
Efficiency, right? Everyone's talking about efficiency. It's all very good.
Even if you're at home
what does it actually mean?
on a single GPU, you still want to be as efficient as possible.
This is an adaptation of that kind of standard business triangle that probably many people have seen. The idea is that you've got 3 corners to the triangle. You've got cost, you've got quality, and you've got speed. And traditional engineering tells you that you can only choose 2 points of the triangle if you want to optimize for something. So let's say you're creating a new, I don't know, shoe or something. It can either be expensive and have high quality, or it can have high quality and be a little bit fast, or it can be fast and at a low cost, but then the quality won't be so good. So you can only choose 2. And I thought it would be a good exercise for mining to adapt this a little bit and to see in the mining world what kind of people are on these different axes. Bit of a joke, of course, but still, I mean, the CEO, right? The kind of investors, let's call it. They want everything to happen as fast as possible at the lowest cost that's possible, and they kind of just assume the quality will be fine. Then you got the programmers, right? The traditional nerds that produce quality stuff at the fastest speed they can because they're ultimately lazy, let's face it. And then we've got the engineers, which always produce the best quality result and optimize at the cost, but maybe they're not the fastest. So each 3 of these different categories is not really too suitable for us miners. We miners want to look at all 3 of these points and, if possible, get them all to the best we can. So how do we achieve that, and in what areas do we even want to look at?
This is kind of janky.
So I've tried to
they're all having issues with their slides, so I got to manually do it.
Efficiency points in the entire mining operation, like from breaking the ground down to producing the coins. And I'd say that we could split up the total operation of a data center into 3.
Kryptonio, what's up? What's up? You're missing a whole lot.
Fast construction.
There's a lot of good information going on.
So building the biggest data center we can at the cheapest price possible. And while designing the data center, we also want to make sure that that you have a minimal cooling overhead, right? So you don't want to build a cooling system that takes 10% of your total power, otherwise you won't be an efficient miner, and you'll have a bad time. For the miners, this is probably the most, the first point that everyone would think of here. Of course, you want to have good mining hardware, right? So you want to have PSUs with the lowest efficiency loss. You want to have the ASIC chips with the best, with the best watts per terahash per second or joules per terahash, whatever. and you want to have the best AC/DC converters in there, and all this kind of stuff. Let's say just the hardware components should be as good as possible. So that's pretty obvious. But let's not forget the software side to this.
What up, Chain
hardware,
Coin?
but they need to be run by
Yo.
software. And there's so much that you can do to optimize chip efficiency by software. We've heard already several talks today talking about software improvements on the miner side, being able to make massive efficiency gains.
Phil, I'm just gonna do the move the slides for you because I'm not seeing that they're moving.
Oh, is it all black?
It was black, yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah. What slide number were you at?
I was at the next one.
Okay. This one here? Local
That's
maximum? Okay, perfect. Okay.
That's it.
There you go.
Oh, can everyone see it now? For me, it looks the same as before.
Okay, maybe it's just on my end. It could totally be side.
It looks good now. We can see it.
Okay. Well, you didn't miss the good stuff. Good that you mentioned it now. Good. I didn't notice. All right, so I'll just give you a little heads up to change the slides. All right, so and the third big cost point that we have, of course, is the operation of the data center, right? So we have the electricity price, obviously one of the biggest components of the entire farm operation. If we can optimize that, that's great. Monitoring and automation, right? This doesn't only touch the software on the miners, it also touches like the configuration management of your farm, the efficiency that your maintenance workers have in order to do a good job, the trainings that you can give, and the kind of automated, let's say, mining recovery processes or cooling optimizations that you can all do with software. This has a big impact. It's a trade-off, of course, right? And then we have the hardware maintenance, last but not least. In the end, there'll always have to be someone walking around the mining farm, like fixing fans, fixing PSUs, replacing stuff, just obviously. But of course, the efficiency of these personnel that we have in the farm should be as high as possible. So we need to have good trainings here. We need to have good tools that they can use. We need to have efficient workflows established. We need to have a good, like, say, spare parts ordering and stuff like this. Like all kind of small stuff, but let's not forget it. So these are the three big points that I'm seeing for efficiency improvements generally in the data center. So now the big warning. The big warning is that if you try to look at any single one of these points, and you're trying to, you give yourself a goal, all right, I'm going to look at this point, I'm going to try to optimize it, I'm going to find the best solution just for this one point, and then I'm going to move on to the next one. Or maybe I'll have a separate team working on another one of these points. But in the end, we'll all come together with our results, and we'll have the best mining farm possible. This is not true. This is a fallacy. If you look at this from a mathematical point of view, you could say a local maximum is not the same as a global maximum, right? So for example, if you have to design the best miner that's the most efficient you possibly can, maybe if you put it in your data center, you'll have some big redundancy. Or maybe if you're defining some operating procedures which seem super efficient, actually maybe an optimization on the hardware level, on the miner level, like the software of the miner, or even maybe somewhere in the data center design side, you could have made a much, much simpler operation to begin with. So it's really important to look at all of these things like as one big unit, and then to drill down into the specifics wherever it's necessary. But to never forget that that a mining farm has to be integrated from start to finish in order to be actually getting all the efficiency gains that you assume that you'd have. Could you go to the next slide? Emma, could you go to the next slide? All right. Yeah, I've got a couple of photos that kind of come in here whenever you click, so I might just say click. All right. So, in order to thanks a lot. So, in order to give kind of an example for how I'm meaning this, that all the different components in a mining farm need to be working together to reach maximum efficiency. I actually took just an example from our own company.
I see a blank screen.
Yeah, it's pretty white right now. I'm building up to it, don't worry. So I've taken the GPU mining operations that we've had from almost the beginning. I left out the very beginning because I didn't want to show photos. But I showed some nice evolution in our GPU mining infrastructure that kind of shows you how all these different parts of the operation have to work together. The data center design, the miner design, and also the software design. And it all has to work together in order to work. That's not the right slide. Jump to the end. Spoiler. Maybe just cancel the slide and start again from the beginning.
Is it this one?
No, you skipped to the very end. Can you just like maybe start from the beginning because it'll spoil everything.
I know. Oh dear, I don't know how to do that.
Oh no. I've got like a little drop-down menu where I can choose the slide. I think I'm at number 6. Oh, technology. There we go, that's the first slide. Yeah, there we go. Okay, what happens if we click now?
They are having issues.
Photo coming up.
Yeah, I see the photo. I see the photo. I see 2 photos.
I don't. Does anyone else see the photo?
No, it's blank.
Blank for you?
God damn. How about I quickly jump into the presentation and take out all the animations that seem to be not working. They're not too important anyway.
I'm just going to refresh and see if that makes a difference. I just refreshed the page.
Okay. I mean, well, I'm just going to take out all the animations. It's nothing too special. It's just, you know, pretty
Because
monotonous.
you wanted slide 6, right? And yeah, sorry, man.
Yeah.
Oh. Sorry, guys. Sorry, Phil.
It's okay.
Like I just told you, there was no Santa Claus. Okay. Like.
No. I'm just deleting all the animations. It's not too much. I'll be done in a second.
Okay.
Santa Claus isn't real?
What? Uh-oh. I don't know who just said that, but you should go talk to your parents.
This is Scott.
Hey, I still get stuff that's sent from Santa Claus. What you talking about?
Oh dear. Oh, so many things to say.
I thought that's where Bitcoin came from.
Yes. Speaking
Yes,
of
Satoshi
Bitcoin-
Claus.
I love it.
Santa's a scam. There's no return address. There's no warranty.
We've got 3 more blocks to the happening.
Ooh, I better be fast. All right.
Oh my
I removed all
gosh.
the animations. See if you now can go to.
Okay, let me do a
next slide.
refresh. And then you want to slide 6?
Yeah.
Can you guys see that?
Works for me.
Yes.
I can see it.
Okay, perfect.
Very good.
Excellent.
All right.
Excellent. All right.
Okay. So, this is actually one of our earliest mining farms. It's not the earliest one, but it's one of the ones that are still early. It's the first one actually that we built in Iceland. The way how we built
such giggity! Oh!
Oh,
that looks so good.
First of all, please don't judge. Second of all, yes, that orange pipe really does blow air to a hot spot. You know, it is what it is. So this is our first mining farm in Iceland. The whole thing could do about 300 kilowatts. I think if we were pushing it, 350 or 370 or something like this. And it's GPU farm. You can see there's lots of space. There's no airflow management of any kind. Everything seems kind of pretty closed. You can see there's not really too many openings, so there's not too much air coming in. And even if it was coming in, it would be coming to the right places. Still, it kind of works, but it's just a warehouse. Of course, the walls, they radiate some electricity, some heat and so on, but it is what it is. So what we did with this one, we had this data center like it was, and we developed the miner, in this case GPU miners, of course, to fit inside the shelves. So you can see on the right-hand side, we built these kind of aluminum rods to put them in the shelves, and we actually thought it was pretty smart to have the GPU design included into the shelf design. So saving on the hardware costs, using the shelves as as building infrastructure, like as a skeleton for the whole miner. It was relatively nice to maintain.
That's a great idea.
We can also see there's lots of free open space. There's no chance for any kind of airflow management. Yeah, this was our first attempt. But even if you would put those shelves closer, or put a third shelf down the middle or something, it would just there's no chance to increase any kind of high density. So did try to integrate
take a
farm
look
design
at
with miner design,
here.
I would say here, but it was quite different. The little diagrams you can see there at the bottom is actually the first version from 2014, actually. from Genesis Hive, our monitoring and farm automation system. Sorry for the horrible colors, kind of not my fault, but anyway, it is what it is. This showed a hash rate. It showed a hash rate for each of the different miners. You could configure a list of static IP addresses that it would just grab every minute or so and display in a graph and save over time.
So we almost hit 150 exahash a second. Holy cow.
Can you click to the next? Alright, so here we go. 2016.
Oh, take a look at that.
As you can see, we made some pretty big changes here, and I want to talk about 3 areas again: data center, miner, and stuff. So from the data center side, we used this data center that has air openings all across the side. So air comes in directly into the miner, so we don't have the big airflow problem anymore. Also, airflow is much more directed and doesn't like just overheat instantly. We got filters in there to isolate. You have salt and inconforming hash, and you really don't want that in your miners. So we got lots of filters in there.
Yeah, take a look at that. Ton of filters.
There, so, directing the airflow to not be too bad. The air is being pulled through the shelves and then out the back. The miner has been designed to fit into this. And why did we change the miner design? For several reasons. One, density. GPU miners are notoriously not energy dense. And when you're building a data center, it's so easy to just put a lot of power in it, like 40 kilowatts per shelf or whatever. Very easy to do, and it's kind of really sad when you have GPUs and you can just do like 10 kilowatts per shelf, and it's just wasting a lot of space. So we designed this new miner. It has about double the density of the previous installation.
So if you see, they've got the mining motherboard, a power supply with a breakout board that would accept all of this. They've got the framing to hold the GPUs real close to each other with ASIC fans on there.
Right, so it's not so convenient to go to the shelf and do your maintenance in the shelf, especially with all the wind coming through. You don't want to be doing that. So we made the case that carryable, you can carry it out to the maintenance room, fix it, take it back. Meanwhile, our software also made some pretty big evolution steps, monitoring every single GPU with all the different metrics that you might want. We added the heat map feature that probably Hive is most known for. The heat map feature that kind of allows really easy finding of problems within a location-based mapping system.
Ooh.
And yeah, that was a really big improvement, but still the design had its flaws. You can see that the miner is very tedious to assemble. It takes a lot of time, especially if you're doing it at like really large scale, and other things with the airflow management here and there. Next one, please. So,
You can see it. You can see it.
I think it's working great now. Yeah.
Great.
So this is the final picture I'll be showing. This is a farm that we built in 2017. We've showed actually in several videos. You might have seen it on YouTube, wherever. This is in Sweden. Pretty big farm that we built in Sweden. And you can see that the concepts we had from the previous designs are kind of in there, but everything's really optimized for that. Data center is completely different constructed. I'm not showing like a very high level overview of the farm here. It's kind of just like the one row, but trust me when I say that the cooling system and the ventilation system is far more worked out, and it's much more scalable than like, let's say, copy pastable to have like many of these rows beside each other, have like large cold aisle corridors that pull in the cold air and all of it. The new miner that we developed, now it's looking a bit more professional, I'd say. So like a 4U rack mount, kind of hot pluggable, whatever you might call it. This has a power cable and an internet cable, and that's it. All the rest can be is inside. The GPUs are fanless. Basically, a data center grade miner. If you slot them beside each other, like you see in the photo, there's absolutely no leakage. So there's no any air flowing back. You can easily do your hot-cold aisle separation. You can build up some pressure with the hot aisle. All that good stuff. Density is again improved. I think it's another 50% or something of the previous design. So this is now something that's really mass deployable and can really be built out to be very scalable. I include another screenshot here of the software of Hive. You can see at this point, actually, with the previous design, we'd already figured out all the nitty-gritty of monitoring the GPUs and doing the firmware upgrades and monitoring everything and having the API integrations with miners and so on. It doesn't just do GPUs, but also ASICs. So all that kind of low-level stuff was worked out, and actually we focused more on high-level statistics and reporting features, making it, allowing it to give like exports and analysis and more stuff like this, polishing and doing a bit of data analysis on top of just the pure monitoring. So that's how the whole thing kind of arrived all together. And I think it's pretty clear that it wouldn't be possible to design either a data center or a miner or the software without actually having a pretty broad idea of what you're doing in all three of these areas. This is the point that I really want to drive home. Am I going to go to the next one?
Sure.
Right, so optimal designs require vertical integration. If you think that you have an idea that just touches a really small part of the mining farm, it might be really good, but it could actually be kind of good, but there could be a better solution out there that you just can't see because you're not looking at the bigger picture. This is very possible. So all the experience
2 blocks
that
to go.
over the last over the many years that we've been building and operating mining farms, really none of it is lost. It always all goes into the next design. You want to be speeding up construction and deployment of your farm. For example, we have to allow really fast of this location mapping to map a miner to its location, which just and then the miner gets automatically configured, pre-configured set. That really helps. I've got want to remove redundancies on the cooling. I think it's a really big point that many people are thinking about. Data centers traditionally have lots of cooling system and ventilation system inside the data center. But don't forget that miners also have fans and they're pretty powerful. So actually you have blowing the air 2 times. Once for the data center, once for the miner. It's kind of an overhead. Several ideas in the last years to kind of remove this overhead, and these are good ideas. It's important to think this way. And you want to minimize manual labor during the operation of the data center. So and the design, of course, plays into this, but also the software and also the firmware. So all kinds of stuff all manifests in the end, and how much do the guys in the data center actually have to fiddle around to make things work. So we've been doing this since end of 2013, beginning 2014, and we've kind of been, like I showed you in the photos, and we've been kind of, iterating on our designs. The photos stop in 2017. I'm not going to show like the newest things that we've done in our data centers, but I am going to show some things that we want to actually announce that we're almost ready to give out more publicly, but it's kind of a bit of a preview to what's going to come. Can you go to the next? So the ACDC. Let me introduce it to you. It's the Air-Cooled Data Center Container. It's a very convenient name. There's many mining containers out there. I've seen so many mining containers over the years, and we've also had container designs since 2015, kind of going forward, just always trying out different things. It's a narrow space. It's hard to make containers work. I think many people are struggling with their design. But, well, obviously, we're in the game. I think we know as good as about anyone also the kind of pros and cons that you have with different types of design. So we came up with ours that we did not see in the market anywhere, and there's a big market gap for it, I believe. Almost 800 kilowatts in a 40-foot container. Pretty dense. It can deal with extremely cold temperatures. It keeps your miners at a healthy temperature no matter what the ambient temperature outside is. This is automatically controlled temperature control system. Got a bit of smarts in there to automatically, make the magic happen. It's fanless, so it only uses the miners to actually blow the air that they need, and there's no additional cooling stuff inside. That means very low maintenance because there's no fans that can break or something. We do have air filtration inside to make sure the operating conditions of the miners are fine, even in conditions that are not so great. And you can stack them. So these containers have like the official container specification. So officially you could go 11 high. I would not recommend that. I would not recommend that. But theoretically you could go. You can see we've got these running in our mining farms already. They're not completely ready to be like mass ordered. We're still doing some final tweaking, spraying the logo on it or something. We're going to do that. There's not much missing though, and you'll be hearing from us pretty soon about more specs about this product and how you might be able to get into it. So we definitely want to start
right.
using these. So, actually I'm seeing in the chat, is it now the block halving? Has the first half block been marked? Oh dear.
I'm seeing that someone mentioned there were 2 to go, but are we?
It's coming. Yeah, it's 3 blocks until halving.
3 blocks, yeah. I'm seeing it on the coin market cap ticker. 3 blocks to go. Okay, so I don't have to hurry too much. All right, but still, I'm getting close to finish anyway. So please stay tuned. We'll give out more information about this of the ACDC relatively soon. Okay, next one.
All right, next one. Let's see. Where are you here? There we go.
Thank you very much. So, from all the experiences that we've been gathering with Genesis Hive, the monitoring and farm control system, and all the evolutionary steps it's taken, and it's pivoted so many times I couldn't tell you, we came to a point where we said, all right, in order to reach our goals, to bring this to the next step and to really make it enterprise grade, let's redo it. So we're rebuilding Genesis Hive. The new product is called Hexa. That name still has some chance to be changed, but let's see, it might just stay Hexa. And it'll have all the features that we always hoped that we could put into Hive. But let's face it, at some point we just need to build something new. So the main features of Hexa are going to be, well, first of all, features from Genesis Hive, so it'll have those too. So it'll have support for any kind of miner type or firmware, so it's not like some kind of vendor lock or anything like this. It has advanced configuration management. Sorry for the name advanced here, it's not really too helpful, but there's so many ideas that we're putting in to be able to efficiently, easily, and really configuring the mining farm and making it happen for the different specialties that you might need to configure in your farm. For now, I'm just going to call it advanced. Probably the slides on this at a future point. I'll leave that to someone else to do. Firmware upgrades, upgrading from firmware A to firmware B to firmware back to firmware A. It's happened to all of us. It's sad that monitoring tools only have not so great support for upgrading firmwares, and I think that's a really integral part of operating a mining farm. Let's face it. So it's in there too. It has our famous seed maps. So the location mapping system is going to be similar to the Hive. But now also we have to add some points on top which we currently don't have in Genesis Hive, and these really make it into what we're calling an enterprise-grade mining management system, not like some homebrew. We have a ticketing system similar to any kind of IT management system where you give a ticket and then a ticket can be solved, a ticket can be closed, and can be transferred and stuff like this. We'll have a ticketing system to make sure that no problem goes unnoticed and then no problem goes unresolved. Customer management. So this is actually a big point. So the idea of Hive and also Hexa is to not only just maintain your, couple hundred miners. The idea is that this is a software that farm operators use to also manage, and not just manage all the miners in their farm, but also manage their customers, right? So every customer will have a different set of miners in your farm. They'll be grouping them, and you give your customers access to only their own miners, but none of the other miners. Make sure the configuration stays separate and don't get mixed up. All those kinds of things are going to be included. Shift logs, and with the idea being that you can kind of see better what people are doing in the farm, so everyone can account and have a separate for himself, and we'll be able to see his productivity over time, and of course, also reduce
hash rate is dropping a little bit, so we're at a
guys in the farm, just like the statistics and exports you can get from the system kind of give you a good picture of where most of your time is being spent working on. And general data analysis and reports are a big point. We've all had these kind of issues where, for some tax reasons or for some kind of calculation reason, or accounting and bookkeeping wants to have some data, and every single time going into the database and writing custom queries is not so great. We want these things as standard operations. There's some standard reports.
Yep, we got 20 minutes.
There's different user groups like accounting and so on. They want different things from the software than what your usual engineer would want. So we want to be catering to all these different user groups. So you have all your farm management related use cases all baked into the same software. You only need one software to run a mining farm, and that's it. So, pretty excited about Hexa. Please stay tuned also for this. We'll be releasing more about this in the coming, let's see, soon.
Nice.
Phil, I'm gonna have to hurry you along, my friend. Sorry.
Yeah,
We have,
last slide.
Bag.
Last slide. All right. This is just the last quick slide. If you've liked what you've been hearing today, if you really think that
None of my
you would like to get into
software
mining,
is
but actually you
updating
maybe
for the
not
current
so
block.
sure if you
Should only
if
be
you
2
have enough
blocks
experience
left.
to do it. If you've got some good ideas that you'd like to bring past and like to make something happen, if you've got a project that you're waiting on and just waiting for the right people to do it with, we're here for you. So Genesis Mining, lots of experience. We build kind of mining farms. We've been at the space for long enough to know what you don't do and not what to do. We're everywhere except for Australia. Sorry, Australia. And we can help with hardware solutions, with software solutions, of course, the complete package. And anything possible.
I'm like looking
So
at
if you have
Block
any ideas like this,
Explorer.
please
I
hit us
haven't
up.
seen the
We're,
next block hit it.
Definitely in there for any kind of mining project or partnership. So yeah, that's my presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any quick questions? I understand that we're super close to the halving now. Does anyone have any
Still
questions?
3 blocks.
It's still 3
Phil.
blocks?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Philip, for a great presentation. I doesn't know what you're presenting, but my presentation is, I think, greatly fruitful of you.
Excellent. So we're going to have, so thank you so much, Phil. Our next presentation is going to be Aaron. Aaron, I think you're still here. Aaron, where are you, my friend? Excellent. Where are you, my friend? Thank you.
I'm right here. Okay, so let's see. Where do I think I'm making it here.
There we go. There you go. So here's what we're going to do. So this is your presentation. And you see on the bottom right-hand corner, you have that arrow?
Yep.
You can use that to go to your next slide. I can help you depending on how things are running. But that is everything, my friend. And if you press the number 2, it gives you a pointer in your hand, and you can use it to point to certain things in your presentation.
Block Explorer shows 2 blocks left.
And if you don't need it, you can just press the number 2, and the pointer will disappear.
Okay.
Okay.
And then quick arrows to go backwards or forward.
To go backwards and forwards, yes. It's,
okay. So quick
question
I have for you is, how are we doing on time? I know everybody's interested in the halving.
I know we're running a little bit late because of some developments this morning where Bitmain was having some challenges. But if you how much time do you think you're going to need?
I can make it fairly brief and whip right through it. I think I can hit the highlights and then take some questions, because I think this is a topic that some may have questions about more so. I could run through a bunch of the details, but let's just let me introduce it with a basic question here that we've got. Is it why is it the collateralized loan or crypto collateralized loan vital in miners? I think it's one of the most underutilized tools.
I think so too. Aaron, I'm going to ask you to turn around and face the audience, and then I think we'll go.
Okay, I can do that.
So everyone, this is Aaron. I won't go into too much introduction. You have his bio on the screen. If you want to go ahead and zoom in on this presentation, click on screen zoom, as you know, and go to the left web screen. Anyway, everyone, this is Aaron. Aaron, take it away.
Okay, awesome. So, as I was mentioning before, the discussion around a loan related to collateralized or crypto collateralized loans, one of the most underutilized tools. I know that Philip, good to sort of see you again, but he talked about a lot of things in relation to mining, about the physical layer and the need to innovate around the physical layer. He went through kind of the history of what they have done, They're a great example of mining efficiency, professionalism, and kind of taking mining to a very large
Cricketall,
scale.
it will be
What
just
required
Bitcoin.
them to do that was certainly
It'll be going
structure,
from
a technical knowledge,
1,800 coins generated a
that
day
was
down
superior, or
to
at least,
900.
I would say in a lot of ways superior to certain groups that had started. You've got a couple of different groups now that are mining at large scales. And they happen, some of those people happen to be our customers. And I want to explain to you why the real large scale players, or at least the ones that are our customers, are utilizing these collateralized loans, why we do some things a little differently. And the basic premise is this: there's a miner's dilemma, right? And this dilemma is the network does not pay out what the network costs to run in real time. You don't capture your profit margin. You don't capture all the things that you need to do to reinvest at the same time that you're running the operation. In fact, you can go backwards, and I think a lot of you know when the price of crypto craters like it did a little while ago, everybody was upside down. And then it can run up and go back and forward. And so the rate of return that you get has to be sufficient, obviously, to enable you to reinvest in the business, or essentially you're going out of business and you don't know it yet. And so a mining company should start using options in their financial tools from the very second that you start mining, because it is impossible to get a rate of return that you can calculate minute to minute, hour to hour, sometimes month to month, and even year to year. A lot of miners that got into business or are in business have a certain set of assumptions that don't play out. And so you have to do some things that make that possible. You go to the next slide here. You've got to have some kind of feasible cash flow. Can't always sell the crypto when it's at the right time, which is the optimal time, is being high or higher above your marginal cost of mining. And then you can't always buy hardware when it's at its lowest price. In fact, those two things are in direct opposition to each other. When crypto prices are the highest, that's when the hardware is the highest as well. And so the structure, the physical layer, and the optionality and the commodity basis of the cryptocurrency does not allow you to capture the value proposition without using time or delaying time or buying time. Miners, the real structure that miners do and what they need is they need to buy time. So loans do that, allow you to buy a structure that allows you to get feasible cash flows to reinvest in your operations at a margin that allows you to stay in business and reinvest. So what loans have the option or the right options to do that? How am I doing on time here?
You're doing pretty well. You're doing pretty well.
Okay, let me go forward here 1 second.
Yeah, it's good information. I'm at the feasible cash flow slide. Do you want me to move it forward or leave it here?
Great. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this slide, but imagine all the things that Philip was just talking about when you build a mining structure and you build the network and build all the things you're doing. This is essentially what that slide captures, kind of a condensed version of what he discussed. And cash flows at the time are good. If you were to sell your crypto off at the current market prices, you have to try to fight all the things that Philip was talking about, where you've got to get innovation, you've got to get location permits, vendor delays, rack space, mining machine, all of these things. And Genesis Mining is a good partner for that. So are some of the guys that are in the audience there. We look at Bitmain and a bunch of other guys that we've had discussions with or that are partners and related to all this. So you guys are involved in the physical layer aspects of optimization. What was very often overlooked is the financial and timing optimization that can be as impactful in some cases, if not more impactful, to your cash flow than getting a good deal on mining equipment. or finding a good location, or getting a good electricity prices, or all of these things. So realize that if you're only focused on the physical layer, you're missing probably 70% of the other optimization, which is the financial optimization of your network. Let me go to the next slide here.
I get it for you. Use reputable lenders. Is that where you want to be?
I think I keep pushing the button, and so do you. So.
Okay, sorry.
That's all right. You're good. I'll blow past this slide really quick. Again, I'm trying to be time efficient for everybody's sake here. We're going to go into the mechanics a little bit of lending, but the first thing to do is, who are you going to be in business with? Or when you're going to do a loan, you're essentially inviting somebody to become your partner, somebody that will hold a lot of your assets. Currently under management with PowerBlock, we have 9 figures under management. So we're a good sized lender. We're also an MSB, or money services business, registered with the Treasury Department, and we require full KYC AML with anybody that comes on board to do any kind of financial products with us. So we're fully compliant inside the United States, and also we do a lot of things outside the U.S. In fact, most of our customers are outside of the U.S., but they do take some comfort in the fact that we're registered with the Treasury Department and do KYC. So let's talk about what terms are right. And a lot of that really depends on where you are in the process of your mining. If you have not utilized the options that are available for you at the very beginning of your mining phase in your financial tools, you're going to be a little behind the 8 ball, because time is the important variable in all of this. So the more time you have, the more options you have in your terms. And so what we try to do is look at what you're doing, where you are in your process, and then take a strategic view of when you're going to reinvest, how much capital you're going to need to reinvest, and then help you understand what to do with the assets that you have. If you've been selling off your crypto over a period of time, trying to play the market where you're trying to sell high and buy low and do some other things, that has some advantages, or it works okay, but it doesn't allow you to compress your time frames. For example, in a lot of cases, we can get our customers 70 cents on the dollar to 80 cents on the dollar of their crypto. And that's almost as good as selling your crypto at the time. And then what we do to compress that is you have no interest or no principal payments for a year. So now you can utilize 70 to 80% of that cash that we just gave you for an entire year without making any kind of payment, so it doesn't have any demand on your cash flows.
Looks like the last block was found.
But we also allow you that if the price of crypto goes up, you can come back to us, utilize the increased value, and get more cash again against what your assets that you've loaned. Now you have to make sure that you have enough crypto on hand to meet a margin call and do certain things.
We double blocked.
But we have done enormous amounts of loans in the term of structured products that allow miners
it double blocked within 1 minute of each other.
In each of their farms.
I just watched it double block here.
Our largest customer base is in China, but with such a high LTV and the structured way that we do this and the way that we hedge, we're absolutely laser focused on the security of the assets and everything that we do. It allows you to start planning for a 1 year, 2 year, in some cases even 3 year horizons in your mining process. So I'm going to stop right there and make sure that there's a bunch of things we'd have gone through, and I don't want to bore you with all the details and the mechanics.
No, this is really interesting, especially now. Like, I think that you might get mobbed when you go off stage. People really are interested in this, so we do want to hear. So,
Yeah.
or maybe unless you want to take questions or something, but
Let me.
definitely
I'll just cover this mark-to-market feature. You can see this slide. I mean, it's so apropos that the halving is about to take place while I'm talking, because this
Yeah.
is exactly the reason why you need to structure this by time. You can optimize your physical layer and certainly get efficiencies there, but there's nothing like optimizing the market and the timing of the market, because you can make 50% gains in your profitability.
So,
with one
bam.
event over a 1-year horizon, or maybe
We
even,
have
6
witnessed our
months.
first
I'll
halving.
give
It
you an
looks like we're
example
waiting for
in,
the first
March,
block
where
to
the
be
market
mined.
cratered and everybody went crazy and all things were happening. Our company, for the 4 hours that it went from whatever, it went from like 7,000 or 8,000 down to about 3,600. In one structured deal that we did, we were up multiples because of the way we hedge things and the way we prepare for volatility. We did better when the market cratered. And then when it went up, we did well there as well. We did better there. So the volatility and the way that we structure these things allows those companies that become partners with us in the financing
It's like,
capitalize on
yo,
those
give me a
events.
BTC in the Chizad, everybody.
We try to
Yo.
structure our deals kind of like a broken watch. You're going to hit on something like that maybe once or twice a year.
Now I'm kind of curious
no
in
matter
what the
you
price
do
is doing.
because of the volatility. And so this
Are we
this chart
dumping?
you see in this slide illustrates some of those things where you've got.
Oh yeah, we're dumping. Market's going down.
Market's going up. We'll help you optimize all of your choices into the future and get beyond your cash flows. So we're not only going to give you dollars, but now you're going to have new optionality in the way that you strategically position your assets to take advantage of some of the optionality that the loan provides you. So I'm not going to go into all the details. We can do that on a call or some other time. I'll take questions now if there's any.
No, it looks like the last block. Yeah, the last block is found. I'm looking at Block Explorer right now.
Awesome. My timing is always this good, I guess. I don't know. Speaking during the timing, it's great.
Just in time.
Hooray.
Yeah. So does anybody have any questions about what optionality? I think that's kind of the key thing is what's available. How can you?
So what are the pros and cons?
The same crypto assets.
Bitcoin just became more scarce.
30% more.
There's now going to be a supply shock. Instead of 1,800 coins being generated a day, we are now at 900 officially. Oh.
Any questions about that? Maybe I'm not explaining myself clearly enough, or maybe that's not the super.
Where can I find the you guys?
So it's go to powerblockcoin.com. I think Emma, we probably have contact information on here somewhere, I'm sure.
I'm around.
I'm bookmarking that.
I'm around. I'm.
So James, you can see
right
James
here.
walking up to the front there. He's been in the conference all day long. Come talk to James about that, and we can help you understand some of the things that we're able to do. Later this year, we'll be launching a few things that will allow you to actually deposit your Bitcoin and get an actual return on it. And it's not, we will, I'm gonna have to be careful about this because we don't want to get into a regulatory space. As a non-bank lender, we have a few restrictions on what we say, but, and I hesitate to even use this phrase, but think of, when you think of investment banks, they have a certain type of structure that allows you to use your assets and originate deals and do a lot of other things. And what we're doing is not dissimilar. We can't use that term, but it will allow you to take what you're currently earning, pay your bills, and then also start to receive some interest on that while you're getting a loan. So in some cases, your rate can come down. Our rates
Yeah,
are
powerblockcoin.com. I've already bookmarked it.
high single digits on 70 to 80% LTV. I know if you look in the marketplace at a lot of other quote-unquote crypto loans, they're typically giving you a single-digit return or interest, but they are charging you, or they're making you leverage your assets by about 50%, so you're only getting 50 cents on the dollar. So because of the way that we do things, we structure things, we're able to get much better rates and really kind of act like a corporate bond or some similar structures that allow people to highly integrate us into their cash flows and optimize value.
We're about to be full.
With that, I'll probably be done unless there's other questions, but James will probably be around the conference a little more today. You can get a hold of James and then set up a call, and we'll discuss everything on another call, unless there's a question for me.
You know, Aaron, I feel bad because you're talking right during the Bitcoin halving, so everybody wants to celebrate right now. But you know, this is super great that we went through the Bitcoin halving, guys. I know I'm excited. I mean, I've been in the space for quite a long time, so it's actually really awesome to be working in the space during this time. And so I know a lot of people are probably excited. You can't tell by looking at the audience. They all look stone-faced right now. I know Ellie looks like he's sleeping. There we go. Philip did a flip. Good for you.
Backflip.
But I look at the audience here and I see the names of everybody that we've been working with for the last 2 years. And so this is pretty exciting. But what Aaron was saying as well.
Okay, sorry, James, I'm going to have to wrap you up there because we really want Alex to speak. So, everybody,
hopefully
you know,
got you guys back on time, track. So,
you are amazing. Thank you both very much. We love it. And they'll be around, and after we can go and see some fireworks on the campus. So stick around for that. Anyway, Alex, I'm going to ask you to come on up. Hey everyone, this is Alex. I'm sure you all know him. This is Alex. He is he works at Bitfury, and he's got a great presentation. He always does. Alex, thank you so much.
Bitfury?
Just a quick note. The way this works is you're the middle slide, and if you turn around and have a look, at the bottom right corner, you've got an arrow. I'm gonna let you control it. I definitely. Oh, and there you go. You already know about the pointer, so there you go.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, everybody.
I'm catching everything on fly.
There, right? There we go. So we're good. Where are we with the halving?
So the halving just happened. So they passed
I missed it.
Yeah, we're waiting for the new block to be mined on after a fork.
Right now, they already mined the block 630,000. So the next block will be already decreased reward.
Okay, all right.
Oh, well, sorry. So they already mined the block, they decreased the reward. So it's already happened. So
it's already happened. Okay, everyone, let's take a minute then to, just do a cheer. Let's stand up and do a cheer. You guys aren't there? No.
I was thinking of a moment of silence for like the last Bitcoins that were lost.
Oh. Trying to be positive, but I get where you're coming from.
We can dance, yes. It's a big celebration.
Let's do a dance. That's right. Oh my gosh, I never thought I'd ever see Alex Ketchup doing a dance. Oh, right? It's amazing. I love it. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway.
By the way, this year...
It looks like the next block, the new block has been mined.
Halvings, all the halvings even before. And
I'm waiting for it to show up on my Block Explorer, but somebody's Block Explorer shows it.
The Tony Mace right now also performing real-time video casting, and they got almost like 14,000 users online. So this is really huge attention. Emma?
I'm here.
Can you hear me okay? So
I'm
okay.
I'm on blockchain.com.
Yeah, let's start the presentation. So first of all, thanks Phil for presentation. I was not able to watch all our presentation and all speakers before me because I have 3 different conferences during today, and I also spent my Saturday, Sunday in different conferences and podcasts, and also preparing my presentation for all the conferences because they're all different. So everything was starting in January 2009, so Bitcoin network was born. So a lot of people know the Genesis block contain information from the Times journal, and just to prove what there is no any pre-mining in the Bitcoin. The first Genesis block contain also all the headers from the
on the screen.
Times,
It's Verbella
magazine,
Opicampus.
just to prove what the block was created exactly at the 3rd of January. But there is also very interesting things hiding behind them. So I perform analysis of the blocks of the first mined blocks since 2009. So I'm not the only researcher, but there is a lot of people who is trying to realize what was hiding behind them. So starting mining at the 3rd of January, the Satoshi Nakamoto was mining almost 6 months without any concurrency, almost at constant speed of 5 mega hashes per second. So just to realize for you, it's approximately like i5 Intel CPU, what we already know right now, or because he was start mining in 2009, so there was Core 2 Quart CPU. They can provide approximately the same power just to provide stable hash rate for 5 mega hashes. And definitely he was running the full node software and also maybe something else on top. In result, the performance was also variable. The distance between the blocks wasn't initially 10 minutes. It was 20, 25 minutes. Sometimes it was even 45 minutes. It was very variable. There was a couple of times he was stop mining operations. The 12th of January, Satoshi sent the first payment to HALVIng. And according to my own opinion, I think the HALVIng is potentially can be the Satoshi or can be related for Satoshi. HALVIng made a lot of very interesting posts and predictions far ahead of the time. I was even trying to collect all his conversation from Bitcoin Talk just to better realize and understand what he was thinking and how he was thinking. A lot of it, his quotes of what he was made in early 2010, 2011, I realized spending hours and days and years and trying to better understand the technical, economical, and social layers of the Bitcoin. But coming forward, so there is Sergey performing also analysis of the Bitcoin block headers, and he was noticed the different blocks contain different headers, and possibly they was mined by different persons. Initially, HALVIng was also claiming he was mining first 100 of the blocks. But lately, HALVIng disappeared for some time, and there is no clear evidence that he was mined some of the blocks, and there is no any specific fingerprints, digital fingerprints in the blocks that you can recognize or analyze. And the end of 2009 and beginning of 2010 was really interesting time because hash rate of the network started growing. During first year of a Bitcoin, there was 1.6 million Bitcoins was mined. And practically hashing power of all network during the year was less than 15 mega hashes per second. So all the modern mobile phones right now representing even bigger hashing power compared to CPUs, what was used initially to start Bitcoin. But beginning from 2010, Satoshi made quite interesting post in Bitcoin Talk. He was gently asking to keep the agreement and postpone the GPU mining usage just to create a better time frame and attract more users to allow better distribution of the initial Bitcoins between people who are just involved in the new industry. The 2010-2011, however, there was a couple of implementations where GPU cards was released. Luke Jr. and Kevin Anderson was also made a couple of implementations of first GPU miners. They released code and hash rate was start increasing very, very seriously, almost like exponentially upwards. Then in the end of 2011, in the beginning of 2012, immediately after GPU, people start switching for FPGA. This switching from one mining hardware to another one mining hardware was happening almost like very, very gently. But FPGA getting the very huge advantage. And in the end of 2012, it's in the beginning in 2013, there is new era of the ASIC mining chips was taking the stand, and right now they are using like 6 and 7 age of the ASIC chip and ASIC mining equipment for Bitcoin mining. If you can take a look on the right slide, you can see two lines. The dark green representing the price of Bitcoin and the light green representing the hash rate of the network. The hash rate and the price has correlation between them. So maybe it's hard to notice, but there is very interesting correlation between the price, difficulty, and hash rate. Hash rate practically working like a safety barrier protecting Bitcoin and all values stored in the Bitcoin from the external attack. It's meaning if you're creating the huge blockchain industry, if you're creating any new blockchain or any new altcoin, and it has, for example, market cap 1 million, then it's meaning you cannot use the equipment like one CPU or one video card because otherwise you're putting everything at risk. The hash rate and all the mining power, they are working like a lock on your safe box, protecting your network from external attack. And right now, attacking Bitcoin network, it's also a very complicated task because it's not just taking the money, just not about taking the miners. It's a sequence of the very complicated engineering and administrative tasks what you should solve just to perform attempt to attack to perform attack 51% attack over Bitcoin network. First of all, it's very hard to get enough electricity in one single location. Second one, you also it's not so easy just to go to store and buy the miners. you should also install them. You need to build data center. You need also engineers. We need also very qualified software and hardware specialists just to connect everything together. And then people saying to then people talking about the 51% attack risks. They also doesn't realize 51% doesn't put all the money, all the values in your heads. 51% attack only allow you to perform double spending. It's meaning if you would like to perform like double spending to create the extra money, spending one X of the money, then you need all the mining resources, all the engineering resources, plus you need to get.
I know we still haven't blocked it.
Just to try to perform double.
I'm not seeing it come up on Block Explorer yet.
Doesn't mean you will be able to perform 51% attack. You may just try. In reality,
I think farms just shut down. How much you want to bet that a bunch of farms just shut off and it's going to take forever? I bet you that hash rate's plummeting somewhere.
They doesn't sit and just look how you're performing. They will react.
Nothing's showing it yet.
Exchanges. Bitcoin Cash and Bitcoin SV, they require over 100, 200 informations before money can be accepted on the exchanges, exactly because they can represent more higher risks from the point of the 51% attack. But
all right, I just went up onto Coin Wars. They are registering 131.5 exahash, so we are dropping on hash rate. So it might take a little bit to find this next block.
Is falling down. Initially, then the industry was just growing. The reward was huge. So if you're buying the video cards,
because according to Block Explorer, we are 25 minutes between the last block.
Spending money for a GPU card, you will be absolutely in
this is kind of interesting.
Profit at the end in 3 months. After 4-5 months, you will practically double your money. But right now, destroy. It's almost 1 year even for ASICs, and all the mining industry became a little bit more complicated.
Yep, Bitcoin's a scam. It's going to zero. Hash rate's dropping.
Power of the network
Yo, what's happening, Jay Myers?
Proportional to Bitcoin price, and this is exactly
Thank
what
you
I
for
was
joining.
trying to say, explaining what the Bitcoin price and hash rate and difficulty as relation between them.
So apparently the slides are stuck. So what number slide do you want to be on?
Sorry, once again?
Apparently the slides weren't advancing forward. So the question is, what slide would you like to be on?
Slide number 5 from the top. I'm switching also the slides, but
are you? Okay, slide number 5. Okay, there you are. We didn't see that one change. So we're at 5
it's like CPU.
Okay, I think we're here.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks. So starting from the CPU, using the CPU for mining, you can see also tables. And
Jay, this is a crypto mining summit.
For different CPU. So, for example, the Pentium M.
So this is Bitfury.
6 gigahertz can able to achieve only 0.6 megahashes per second, and the Core 2 series Quart can achieve approximately 5, 10, 11 megahashes per second. One of Core 2 Quart was exactly used by Satoshi Nakamoto for creating the Genesis block and for mining for next 6 months. And the next row, if you can see the ratio between megahashes and energy spent to create 1 megahashes. So typically for CPUs, this value is 0.0 and something But if we came in for next stage for GPU cards, then the ratio was increasing. It's meaning CPU are what they are using normally in our computers. They are designed for performing like different mathematical operations. They are also running the programming languages, and the programming languages is quite close for our understanding. But if we're analyzing the IC chip, how it's created, approximately 70% of the CPU is the cache. So it's because the CPU is working at very high frequency, but cannot reach the memory, it cannot extract the data from the external memory at the same high rate. And the cache is trying to compensate this difference. Coming to GPU architecture, the GPU graphic processors initially was designed in 1994 by Sony company. It was booming of the different playing consoles, and the company started to create these specific graphic processors
Pumping now?
controlling
Oh, snaps.
TV sets and lately certain monitors and all the monitors what they are using right now. But because the GPU cards performing a
I
lot
need
of
to
analytical
pull up a real chart here
operations,
to look at that.
lately the manufacturers of GPU start to create them like a parallel computational, parallel operations units. In results, they are working performing one single command, but performing like the role of the soldiers with similar operations inside. They are very great for parallel operations, but if you need to perform just a single one operation, then you cannot like disconnect all the rest of the sequencer in the GPU. In result, they are very great if you're performing like huge amount of different calculations, if you perform different graphical transformations. They are also great for mining just by occasion. But they also have some disadvantages. Because GPUs used in the modern computers right now, and they are mass production, they are on the mass production. The GPU manufacturers, during all the years, they're improving the technology and they're creating better GPU. Right now, they are very great for different parallel operations, calculations. They are used for deep analysis, they are used for neural networks, they use it for AI, and for many different operations. But they are still not so efficient like FPGA. Next slide, please. Emma, can you see next slide?
I will come and change it for you. No problem. Can't see the next one.
On my presentation tool, adjust the black screen. This is why I'm asking. Can you see the next slide?
No, I see slide 5. I just moved to slide 6. Is that what you want?
No, one slide forward, please. I'm ready.
Okay. All right, there you go. You're in slide 7 now.
Okay. So the difference between CPU, GPU, and FPGA. FPGA is initially not designed for mining. The FPGA was invented in 1987, and they was used for simulations. If you would like to create any IC chip right now, first of all, you creating like the simulation inside the FPGA. FPGA is also for a long time used for different video transformation. If you are watching different movies and they have like video transformation, most of that video transformation was made using FPGA. They are used on the studios and video mixing devices. They also use it in India and CCTV cameras just to capture video or just process video, and they have absolutely different huge variabilities and different prices, starting from $10 and came to $100,000 per one single chip. The FPGA internally, it's felt programmed array unit. So it's meaning it's integrated circuit created internally for specific very engineering deep and complicated programming language. If you're comparing CPU programming, GPU programming, and FPGA, FPGA is 6-10 times is more complicated to program. Normally, to program FPGA, you should get some engineering qualification because you should understand how the small aspects inside FPGA is working, how flip-flops, how the different logics is operating, how a synchronization is functioning. But during the time, they also improving the programming languages. And for example, we're using OpenCL for programming GPU. And right now, big companies create different tools, and you are able to port your OpenCL code for FPGA as well. Next slide, please. So I remember the era when the FPGA was used for mining. And I was dreaming about some of the FPGA. I even ordered a couple of them, and I was mining for, I think, 1 year. And it was really, really interesting time of the Bitcoin. But this era was also very, very fast replaced by ASICs. And the ASICs, next slide.
Can you see it? I changed it.
Yeah,
Can you see it? I changed it. Perfect.
Yeah, thank you.
That's
So
funny.
it
I've got
started
this
from
photo on
2012,
my computer.
The ASIC massively was gaining on the stage for Bitcoin mining. Just for a better understanding, so next slide, please. Emma, it should be slide 12, but the number downstairs saying it's sorting. So
Okay.
what is
slide 12?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, okay. So you can see and better realize what the difference between CPU, GPU, FPGA, and the ASICs. So from the CPU, typically you can extract 1 till 50 mega hashes per second, but the power consumption is pretty high. It's looking like the CPU for most of the users doesn't consume anything. Most of you are using computers at home and you doesn't thinking how much it's consuming. Like typical tower computer consuming 250, 500 watts. If it's an advanced gaming computer, it can consume over 1 kilowatt, but people doesn't pay a lot of attention until they doesn't see like how much energy is consumed for one single operation. The GPU is approximately 100 times for some operations more efficient compared to CPU. If you can check the numbers, mega hashes per joule, so then 0.7, 3.4, it's typically what you can extract from one GPU card. They're consuming much less comparing to one CPU or one single mathematical operation, but FPGA is almost unbeatable from this point of view. They are much better by efficiency, they are more flexible, and you can program them for different operations. They can massively perform parallel operations, and at the same time they can perform the sequence of different operations, and everything can be very flexible combined internally. And they
Yo, what's up, Nefarious?
Sorry, Alex. Can everyone see the middle screen? I know that I can see it on 2 different computers. I just want to let everyone know if you can't see the middle screen, please refresh. You should be able to see it because a few of us can see it. Sorry, Alex, I don't want to interrupt you, but I want to be able to see your slide. So please continue.
That's okay. So the ASIC what we're using right now, so the difference between CPU and the ASIC, just for better understanding, the ASIC consuming 50,000 times less electrical energy, but they're providing 200,000 times faster mathematical operations. The ASICs was not invented by Bitcoin. Next slide, please, Emma. Yeah. Great. So the first ASIC was invented in 1967, and the ASIC is exactly the integrated circuit schemas, what is designed for just one single operation. It's just combining different resistors inside one IC, but the exactly ASIC create the personal computer, personal like we knew them right now. The ASIC was used by Singer.
Block Explorer still hasn't shown the last block being mined. That's weird.
The Singer was first
like broke
computer available for a mass market, and it was less. It was costing less than $200 exactly because they start using the ASIC instead of.
We are down to 131.51 exahash and dropping. I wonder how many miners are turning off right now.
Able to massively product and create the computer much
Oh, this is awesome.
Right now,
watching
we're
this.
using a lot of ASICs in our. They use all the Wi-Fi, all the LTE, all the satellites, communication satellites. They all using the ASICs. The ASICs is very hard to create. They require a lot of engineering skills, a lot of time just to create one single chip. But they are better by efficiency and consuming less electrical energy, providing the high benefits. But you cannot change your programs. When you create IC, it's fixed only for one single task.
Oh. It looks like Slush Pool mined the first block after halving.
I realized what the difference between CPU, GPU, FPGA, and IC. I create a couple of slides.
Hear
you
that?
can see how
they just got messed up and didn't see the other pools. I wonder if there's a better one.
Right now they are going a little bit down on the right for bottom, still increasing the efficiency. The CPU is very flexible and you can program them, and they are very easy to program, but they are not so fast, they are not so efficient, and if you're comparing the electrical consumption, the CPU consumption is very high.
Looks like the first block after halving just got mined 2 minutes ago.
They are not so flexible at the programming, but they has better efficiency, especially for massive parallel operations. The FPGA is something between them, and they are much better in some operations. In some cases, GPU can win on some operations, even FPGAs, but in altogether, the FPGA is a little bit more efficient and more flexible.
So Slush Pool got the first block after halving.
Unbeatable on this stage. Next slide, please. So, during 8 years of mining, all the CPU, FPGA, GPU, and ASICs was performed practically the same work what the old computer industry was did in 40 years. So the evolution and the very high concurrency in Bitcoin mining forced all the miners to very fast optimize their operational expenses, optimizing all the mining operations. And if you're comparing the mining operations to regular data centers, the data centers normally trying to provide just services for users. And if they are not like economically, they're not so seriously forced to decrease the prices or optimize some operations. In result, they are putting all the payment on the shoulders of the users. But the industry of the mining, because the Bitcoin has fixed rules inside, create very serious concurrency between different miners, and the miners was forced to optimize all the equipment. And right now, the chips, IC chips, what they are creating for mining, they are overcoming the Intel, Apple, and NVIDIA used technologies by times. For example, I'm using the numbers from 2016. I doesn't have all the numbers for 2019, 2012 from all the manufacturers because they are not publicly available. But comparing to Intel CPU, the ASIC chips used for mining has almost like 3 times bigger amount of transistors. Comparing to Apple, it's approximately 1.8. And comparing to NVIDIA Pascal platform, they have approximately 20-30% more transistors per 1 square millimeter. Next slide, please. So the data centers for mining operation was optimized also very seriously. So normally in the Europe, approximately only 72% using of data center using energy efficient electrical manufacturers, and they also a little bit optimize it for some operations. The normal average level of the data center in Europe are looking great, but the Bitcoin industry overcame all the numbers very seriously. And Philip was also mentioned they was optimizing the cooling system. They also optimized cooling system in our data center. They're using absolutely different technologies and decreasing the power consumption and trying to build the data center to use everything very efficient and decrease all the operational cost as much as possible, creating the maximum performance. There is one coefficient what I should describe to you. It's called power usage effectiveness. So the power usage effectiveness is a ratio describe how efficiently can deliver data center using all the energy. And typically it's a ratio between all energy used in the data center and the energy used only for servers. Just to realize for you, if you're running the data center somewhere in the Asia and there is very hot outside, you need to use the cooling equipment. And typically in Asia, the cooling equipment consuming the same amount or even bigger amount what your server is using just to perform their own operation. In result, the power effectiveness coefficient will be like 2.2 or over 2 points. The state-of-art data centers in the Europe, they are typically staying somewhere around 1.6. The best practices, what the Google and Amazon was showing using the different cooling systems and all the possible optimization is 1.3, 1.4. Just to better understand, for Bitcoin industry, PoE at the average is 1.05, meaning Bitcoin mining data centers spending only 5% from the all equipment just to support mining center operations and spending extra electricity. In some cases, they are going under 1. So, like state-of-art rig, like we performing in Georgia, our PoE is 0.94. How it's possible? We're selling the heat from the servers for nearest farmers to warm their tomato farms during the winter time. And this create also extra profit for us. Sure, it doesn't work around the year, but during the winter time, this create also extra profit for our mining centers. They also using the liquid cooling, so-called immersion cooling cycle. It can be two-phase or one-phase. During 2014-2015, the Bitfury acquired Elite Control company. The Elite Control was the leader of the immersion cooling equipment and technologies on the market. The company was located in Hong Kong, and they started building different data centers using the cooling, liquid cooling systems. Next slide, please. To the data farms in Iceland, the Philip was showing you quite close pictures. Practically, the Bitfury was built to data center in Iceland. Genesis Mining was built the third one quite close to our location. So the data center, if you can take a look, they are looking inside, a little bit primitive, but it's very efficient. Everything is very well calculated, so we calculated air intake just to take the air from outside, cold air from outside. Very efficient, which much lower resistance for air intake, because if you suck in the air intake and using the different ventilation system, you also need to spend more electrical energy. Very efficiently built, and also on the picture on the left, you can see there is alley of the filters. Filters is also used and built especially to filter the small dust and the salt. The data center is located almost 2 kilometers away from the coast, but because there is very strong wind, sometimes the salty air came into the data center, and we need to filter all the salty air to protect our equipment. To the next slide. No, one backward. You can see this is liquid cooled immersion cooled data center built in Georgia. This one slide, yeah. So
wait, is that the right slide? 19?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
So this 60 megawatts data center using liquid cooled immersion cooling systems just to perform all the mining operations. You can see the huge tanks using different tanks, 5 and 8 meters long. They containing at very high density a lot of mining equipment inside, and the whole data center is located quite near to electrical distribution system. So, and there is also small hydroelectric station located quite close, consuming 60 megawatt of electrical power. The old data center was built from the scratch ground in 9 months. So during the building the data center, they reinvent over 20 different patents. Built our own pumps, we built different cooler and chiller systems, they optimized the electrical system, they solved absolutely different problems. And it was not just related for building, but also for electrical system, for liquid pump system, for recirculation, for two-phase. Well, a lot of different knowledge from physics. It was calculating also airflow and water flows, just to build them as much as possible high efficient. Next slide, please. Phil was also mentioned the data center in the marine containers. The Bitfury was building data center in 40 feet containers since 2014, I think. And right now they also became state of the art. So they are mobile. The one block box, we calling them block box, can be certified for 4 different areas. Can be Europe, United States, Canada, because Canada has absolutely different electrical regulation. It's also
Cricketall, I'm
absolutely
kind of on
electrical
Discord. I'm like,
certifications.
I'm
And for
there.
Asia, to all containers, they are custom built for areas where will be used, but they can be operated from minus 40 degrees Celsius plus 60 degrees Celsius outside. They are protected from wind, from snow. They can also warm
Such
up
giggity.
themselves before starting the operation. They can also, they have also rollers. There is like a jalousie type, which is closing our intake in case of very strong wind, and they can fully operate it using the centralized software that is controlling everything what happens inside the data mining container. On the picture downstairs, you can see the Hut 8 operation, one of their data centers. For a current moment, the rollout operations using Blockbox approximately for something between 500 and 600 megawatts, and Bitfury operating the mining equipment approximately quite close for 1 gigawatt right now. Next slide, please.
I don't think I have Discord open.
This slide can look a little bit messy for you, but I try to combine everything on one slide. So this slide combining by green line the price of Bitcoin, the gray at the bottom showing the hash rate, and the all lines, all violet lines, they are showing the amount of the transactions during that time. So a little bit hard to realize, but you can see how during the time the price is growing up and how this massive increase in the transactions, the red color at the bottom. Portions of the miners is also changes all the time during the time. So it depends from multiple obstacles. You're rolling out new data centers, you're finding the new sources for a little bit cheaper electricity. They analyze in different locations by economical stability, political stability, price of the employees, different regulations, and they still trying to...
Oh yeah, I see that, Cricketall, yeah, that's the same four-way splitter I
the
use.
result, between all the miners in different mining pools, hashing rate all the time constantly changes.
And then, yeah, they make an
it's
8
not about,
also,
like,
but I think you're limited to just plugging one of those into your
the
motherboard.
environment, and they all understanding. Sometimes someone is more likely to pay the very cheap to achieve the better performance, to find the better location. Sometimes you are a little bit lucky. During the time, all that proportion still changes. But we are almost reaching the top of efficiency of the miners. And the decreasing the nanometers, the size of the technical process doesn't provide any more so big efficiency and advantage. During the next year, I think most of the manufacturers will get absolutely plus minus same results, different devices, and the similar chips. And in result, I think the distribution and the real balance between different players on the market will be approximately the same. Next slide, please. And because today is a very special day, exactly in 2012, and exactly in the moment then halving is happening. So each 4 years, or more correctly, it's not related for years. Reward changes each 210,000 blocks, and the difficulty mining difficulty exchanges also 2016 blocks, approximately 2 weeks between difficult changes. On the graphic you can see during first 4 years it was 10.5 million bitcoins was released, almost 50% from all the overall emission of a bitcoin. During next 4 years there was another 5 million was released, and during next 4 years only 3 millions of bitcoins was released, and right now we have in circulation 18.3 millions bitcoins. It's approximately 87%. In 2024 there will be 19.6 million of bitcoins in circulation, and this amount continuously will be decreased during the time, and they always will be less than 21 million of bitcoins, because each next halving, it's practically like making half of the progress step what we did before. Decreasing progression. Next slide, please. So the 3 graphs showing you how the price is changing during the halving. I call the small spike before halving like a psychological growth, and the really price of the Bitcoin start to increasing approximately with 9+ months of delays, because miners are always paying lately. They're paying and they for electricity they are paying at the end of the month. Most of the miners, if they doesn't properly calculate how they are running operations, they can be pushed out of the business, but it doesn't happen immediately when the halving process happens. It can take months.
Every time I've got my charts open to look at it, it always gives me these notifications I don't care about.
Until they switch off their equipment, and the rest of the miners, they're taking their shares, but because the reward in bitcoins is smaller, then it's naturally pushing a little bit price of Bitcoin upward. But this is the third halving in the Bitcoin right now, and this year I think the case will be absolutely different, because Bitcoin economy is not hanging in the air. It's also depending
Looks
from
like
the global
Bitcoin's looking like it's rolling
crisis,
over.
What's happening right now, economical crisis. What
Hey, mining
just
chamber,
facing
yo!
Right now, this will definitely impact also.
Yeah, we have halved.
It will be positive for Bitcoin. It's very sad to say what the crisis and the conflicts is increasing the price of Bitcoin. I would like to say, for me, it's better if people realize
About
the difference
22 minutes ago.
and the evolutionary tool like a Bitcoin. Because
Place
Bitcoin
according to
absolutely new technology, and it's
blockchain.com.
more efficient and more has more advantages comparing to old financial tools what we're using before. Next slide, please.
Oh, and the hash rate is dumping bad.
Okay, perfect.
129.77 exahash. We are dropping hard. We are almost at 140 exahash. So,
something new, something unknown.
How far down will this go?
Beautifully representing how people was reacting to something new. So the fire was something what we was fear about when we realized the fire first. The cinema, the Bitcoin. So and right now, people who like find the Bitcoin.
I show that Slush Pool has it according to blockchain.com.
Trying to build they're trying to find the analogies.
Unless you're talking about the last block, which that just found.
There's no any close comparison.
But I show Slush Pool finding
the old for something new. The new tools
63
absolutely different features.
630,001.
there's always some pros and cons.
Yeah, they got the first block after,
They
so
are
they got the
different,
first halving block.
But the Bitcoin.
Oh,
compared to
yeah.
all financial tools,
Actually, I show
it's
ant pool.
multidimensional
It was
compared
F2
to
pool, and then 2 minutes, no,
example,
within a minute of each other, ant pool found
if
the
you
very
talk about,
last
like,
one. So it was boom, boom,
Visa,
within 2 minutes.
MasterCard, or
They
SWIFT
double
payments
blocked.
for bank transactions. In the old financial system, you have one source, one destination, and it's equal to one transaction per second. But because Bitcoin is multidimensional, you have multi-source.
I know, it's crazy. Just bam, bam.
You can
I mean,
use
it's like bam, bam. I couldn't believe it.
5,000
I looked over, I saw the
sources
one block, I
for
looked over, and it blocked again. I'm like,
can
oh,
take,
no way.
From
And then the
5,000
hash
different
rate
accounts,
dropped.
money, and you can pay. 4,000
We've dropped
employee
about
salaries, and
10
also pay
exahash.
and cover 2,000 invoices just by one single transaction. Then they are not comparable at all. They are function at absolutely different level. It's a little bit hard to understand. You should spend some time just to realize what the rules, what the features the new system has. But it's different. And most of the people, then they're trying to compare the Visa and Bitcoin.
And Kevin, I'm not really missing that. I've actually, I'm doing a virtual reality crypto mining summit. So, bam. This is what I really wanted to do.
Okay, Bitcoin doesn't need 2,400 transactions per second. Bitcoin can do just by one transaction more what the old Visa can do using their small single transactions. And then we're comparing also the Visa in Bitcoin. We're also comparing absolutely different tools. The Visa is not financial system. The Visa is not money. And Bitcoin also very complicated tool. So it's messaging system. Infrastructure it can be also count like a money system. But if you would like to compare Visa like a transport, or something more close, similar, then we should compare it to Lightning. And the Lightning is second layer.
No, Cricketol. I've not checked out hard drive mining. The only one that I know that was even worth it was a coin called Burst Coin. It's actually one of the older coins that are still out there, but the amount of hard drives you'd have to have is just ridiculous.
Money velocity. And Bitcoin, from this point of view, can be count like, from my point of view, can be count like a revolutionary,
yeah, burst.
Evolutionary, absolutely different tool. The huge change about confidence in the banking happens during all the time. Starting from the 80s, the trust for all the banks during the time decreased.
Yeah.
And right now, the trust for all banking system on the Kypros or even in United States is still continue to falling down. The young people, the youngsters, the absolutely doesn't trust for banks. If the old people are still trusting for banking, if the old people are still trying to keep the savings in banks, the young age people, especially between 18 and 24, over 50% of them doesn't trust banks at all. And the young people trust even less. This change was happens exactly during last quarter. And I think these dramatical changes is also showing what the old financial tools, they are not working properly.
Definitely stuff.
They are not satisfying the customers. When they start using the contactless credit cards, the amount of the contactless credit card operation right now growing up very significantly. In the Australia, then the Australia just implement the credit card payments using the contactless.
I wonder how long until we do our major
was
run up.
92% during just 3 months. In UK, the growth was 97% in 1 year, and it happens.
Yep, I will be
because
soon.
The contactless payment is much more efficient. You're spending less time, meaning the seller can sell much bigger amount of the time, spending less time for one single operation. The amount of the mobile payments and the amount of the contactless payment, it's growing significantly. And even in the China, so the Alipay and WeChat.
Oh wow, we just
right
double
now
blocked,
being
guys.
Over trillions, and they
Some unknown pool just blocked, and then F2 pool just blocked. That's interesting. So we got a private pool and F2 pool that just blocked.
The China already practically made step into the 21st century. They're using the QR codes and they're using mobile payments like.
Cricketal, no, you do not
WeChat,
make any
like
money
Q.
off of running a Lightning
And
network.
result is allowed to
You're
minimize
basically
the
just
expenses
supporting the
for,
network from his.
points of the sales.
I'm not sure if there is fees. I'd almost have to
for
look into it, but I
sellers
don't
in the
think there
market.
is.
And I even met the situation when I was in Beijing and Peking. So, and I have WeChat. I take the taxi, but because the WeChat was
Not sure.
updating their software.
Mikkel,
during
do
the
we
moment
get
when I was trying to pay,
transaction
WeChat was
fees for
asking me some stupid question and I was not able
for
to
having
pay.
a Lightning channel
And
open?
the taxi driver said, "Okay, so you should go." I said, "Why? I have cash. I can pay you in cash." He said, "No. Why I count your cash? I can carry 2 more customers. For me, it's better just to give you free ride." So, and it showed me like very beautiful example why the people start thinking about the time, because the time here is efficiency. And the same point are thinking the Bitcoin,
Oh, rock on.
and Lightning and all different coins what they're using right now can make in the quite nearest future. Thank you for your time. That's it from my side. Any questions?
What's that last slide? It's like a.
I was thinking I'm switching slides. So
that's quite funny.
Yeah, we all have beautiful graphics and numbers.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions for Alex? Okay, Alex, we'll be able to send your slides out. I know some people weren't able to see them, so we'll be able to send them out. Perfect, that's great, because everyone always loves your presentations. So
you're welcome.
So thank you, and thank you everybody. We actually I just can't believe it. Our next halving will be 2024. No, that can't be right. When's the next halving? 2022?
In
4 years.
2024.
Yep.
Yeah,
Is it
4
24?
years.
It is 4 years?
Yep.
Okay. I'm like, Wow. I can't believe 4 years has already gone by. I remember 2016, like, oh my gosh, it was yesterday. Okay, so everybody, thank you guys. We have come to the end of the conference. Here's what I'd like everyone to do. I want to do a little bit of celebration, so I want to invite you guys to come and see some fireworks. So what I'd like you guys to do is to click on Go To, and then go into the campus. Oh yes, we should do like there you go. And then from the campus, we're going to go to the beach. So go to, then campus.
Going to the top of the tower. That's hilarious. I don't know how to run. There's a way to run, but I don't know how to do it. Ah. I don't know why that pulled up. That's weird. Yeehaw! That's funny.
Alright guys, thanks for the ride, thanks for the conference.
Fireworks. Alright, I'm out of here.
That's pretty popular nowadays.
Yeah, we're still looking for more of that ourselves too.
I thought you guys had that figured out.
Yeah, we do, but they just want to have a list of resources. Not necessarily for us, in case we have like customers or other people that will need to use them to build a farm. We want to be able to recommend where people can go for like reliable power.
Well, I mean, I'm looking, I don't know, as much as possible, you know, sub 4 cents, sub 3.5 cents in the North America region.
Yeah.
You guys, I made fireworks happen just for you.
Should we take him for a boat ride, Emma?
The boat. Do you guys want the boat? Okay. You guys want to go for a boat ride?
See the fireworks in the water.
We were just driving it around just now. Some people just took it for a spin. I think people are randomly running all over the place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can take the boat to the other end, and then you can have a nice, quiet conversation. You guys want to wait for us, dude? Okay, bye.
All right. Apparently not.
Oh my gosh. Okay, wow.
He's Tokyo
So that was Travis that did that.
Yeah. Okay, who's gonna get? Feel free to get in. You can get in too, Brian. It's okay. I know where the boat's gonna go.
Oh no, Ryan, I see. Oh, there we go. Alright,
Yep.
I feel like I see some more. Oh. There's some more people in the party there. On a little circle.
I hope you're celebrating today, Travis, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Like seriously, like this is honestly a huge day with the Bitcoin halving.
Oh yeah, it's crazy, right? Who's way out there? There's a boat way out there. Oh shoot, where did I go?
Oh wow, you broke the
You broke out of the area.
You ruined it for the rest of us.
You ruined the moment. We'll never get it back.
Hey Brian, nice to meet you. I don't think I've met you before.
Nope. Nice to meet you too.
I keep on trusting Travis with all these things, but
Alright, you guys can take over.
Make sure you smash that Lizzie like button, guys. Subscribe, all that good stuff. I forgot to do that. And I'll definitely talk to you guys on the next one.